Cheryl, first night down, now we're back, Saturday afternoon. It's got to feel good to have the first set under our belt.
Of our first virtual. I mean, I'm kind of hoping there's not another virtual because I really want to see everybody back in this park. But what a lineup that was, and I mean, everybody was watching and sending us their pictures, and it was awesome.
I love it. And you know, how great that we know now that we could just teleport to the studio and be back. I love that we developed this you know, some people say we haven't been busy during COVID. We've been busy inventing time travel, and I love it. I love what we've been at.
Should we do it again?
Let's do it again.
Let's do it again. 1, 2, 3, go!
And welcome back to the 27.5 Celtic Roots Festival here in Goderich at the stage, streaming worldwide. And Cheryl Prashker, the artistic director and general manager of the festival. Cheryl, can I just say, I'm so glad that the teleporter worked twice in a row.
Very
I felt
lucky.
like a guinea pig.
Very lucky. Roz Elliott by my side for this today's events, and thank you for being here.
Oh, what a fun we had last night. And do you notice that the teleporter not only got us here, but it changed my shirt again?
Well, you know how Mark is.
He's got that special sauce, I'll tell you. I had no idea that was capable, that we could do that. Now, what an evening we had last night, but we have a lineup today that is incredible, and we're going to have some interviews right at the very top end.
Yep, and we're going to get right into the interviews and the music. And we've got a lot of music. We're going to be going long today, so...
It's going to be a long day, but a great day. And again, we have people from all over. We have people from across the pond. We're going to chat with a couple in a minute. And I have to tell you, I'm very excited. Joining us in studio, doing double duty with me is the wonderful effervescent Phil Main. He's going to be sitting right here. We're going to do a little cleaning in between because we're those kind of people. We're very respectful of our protocols. So Phil Main will be at the desk as well. He's just a lot of fun to
We're so lucky to have Phil here today from 94.5 FM, the rock station around. Yep.
Yeah,
I do have one quick shout out. As I do. It's what I do. This is really important. We are partnering up with the Irish Music Magazine out of Dublin, Ireland, and Robert Houston, the editor, sent us a wonderful note because he isn't here. He was planning to be here this weekend, but obviously he can't be here. So he just wanted to send out a shout out. This is Irish Music Magazine are pleased to support Goderich Virtual Festival 2020. Congratulations to the teams from the Goderich Festival Committee and Faux Pop Media for today's wonderful presentation. Also to each of the acclaimed musicians performing. Irish Music Magazine are looking forward to visiting Goderich in 2021. Please help support each of the performing artists by donating, and the information's at the bottom. So thank you, Robert, and everybody from Irish Music Magazine.
Well, I will tell you, last night, if you missed it, we have a tip jar at the bottom, and we put out a matching gift ask, and we had a benefactor who said they would match up to $1,500, and that came in last night, and we already are really making a nice little fund available for our artists, because it has been difficult, and we're talking to them as we chat. So that's great. Again, on the bottom, also you can get merchandise, and that helps the artists out too. So go to their websites and order their CDs. That's always helpful. And of course, if you like these shirts, we have the dragon that Linda Weed, the artist, from the very beginning. This is her 28th creative endeavor. You can get the dragon and buy that at the Celtic Festival website too. So I urge you that. Well, Cheryl, shall we get underway? I'm really eager to talk with Brian O'Hedrilla. And I'm going to go Gaelic here. Funegal. Yes, Funegal Mackenzie, our top act, starting us off today. How are you two doing?
Hello.
Hello, we're very,
we're good.
Delighted to be here.
Oh, delighted to have you. Now, you're near Inverness, am I right?
Yeah, we're in Inverness, very near to Loch Ness, where we cycled to yesterday, and we saw the Loch Ness Monster.
How is he?
It was great.
Is he doing well?
Yeah. Very well. He says to say hello to all of you in Goderich and around.
She's looking a bit tired.
Is she wearing a mask? I just wondered, how does that work? Do they have one her size?
She is. She does. And in fact, there's a roundabout on the way to Inverness, and there's a Loch Ness Monster statue, and they always put a mask or things on it.
Do they really? I love it. Now, Fiona and Brian, you would have been here this year, and you would have been in Toronto at the Scottish Gaelic Society, and also exploring some First Nations as well. Tell us about that. What would have brought you here?
Well, we've always enjoyed playing in Canada, and I work for Board na Gaelic, the Gaelic language board here in Scotland, and we both feel very, um, I suppose, passionate about the language and about the culture and about indigeneity and native peoples. And we wanted to, when we visit Canada, we will always try to meet the Indigenous people of Canada as well.
Well, that's really lovely. Actually, my partner is part Chickasaw, out of the Oklahoma area, so that's very meaningful from our family. Gaelic is very much a part of your life. Your children, they play with you. Talk to me about the importance of maintaining the Gaelic culture.
Well, as you know, that it's been on the decline for centuries, but there's been a huge, big movement over the past 30, 40 years with Gaelic medium education sprouting up all over the place. And our children went to Gaelic medium school here in Inverness, but there's schools in Glasgow, Edinburgh, all over, and that's growing. But also recently in November last year, Gaelic language went on to Duolingo. I don't know if you know that app that teaches.
Yeah.
It's an app that's available online and on phones, and with it just passed 400,000 Scottish Gaelic learners.
That's fantastic.
So if anyone's interested, just go. That's probably the easiest way to just get to it, or else you can go to a website called learngaelic.scot, and that's another site if you want to explore.
Well, I think I'm going to be downloading that app actually in between sets here, so that's a great plug for Duolingo. I love that. And your kids play with you quite frequently.
That's right. Yes, we've been doing a regular. Most weeks we've been doing a Ceilidh on a Friday night since lockdown started over here on Facebook. So a virtual Ceilidh just from our living room, and yeah, the kids both wanted to be involved from the start. So we said, you don't have to. You can go to your rooms and and let us do it. But they were quite happy to get involved, and our dog makes a regular appearance as well. So I think the dog is the main star, definitely.
So we have Orla and we have Rosha, and let's see the star of the show. If you can put him, is he around?
We'll see if we can find Teddy.
Teddy is just. I met Teddy, and he stole my heart. Right, I have a crush list, and Teddy just made it. I want you to know that he's on my crush list.
Teddy's a huge star, so here's Ted.
What instrument does Teddy play? Or is he vocals mostly?
What doesn't she play?
Oh, indeed. Indeed.
She actually snores. She starts to snore in time with the music.
Oh,
so
that's a gift. What a gift. What a gift. What are you most looking forward to when you get an opportunity to come across and actually play in person here in Goderich at the festival? What excites you?
Do you know what I miss? What I miss from performing live is just actually meeting the people. Yeah. In fact, myself and Breen went out for our first time to a beer garden 2 nights ago, and we got talking to some people. Although it wasn't music related, you forget how enriching it can be just to meet new people, and that's what I think, for me anyway, I miss the most from doing gigs is that opportunity to meet people from different walks of life, from different backgrounds.
And other musicians as well.
Other musicians, yeah.
Well, when you come next, we have this Celtic fog beer that was brewed just for the festival by a local brewer, Square Brew, and so you could try one of this out. And he did it in a very Celtic kind of pleasing citrus flavor. So I'll make sure there's a 6-pack of that for you.
Pour it into my glass?
I could right now. I like that. Okay, here we go. How'd that work? Yeah. There we go. There we go. Brilliant. 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 How's that taste? Tastes good?
Yeah, that's great.
The magic that we have here at the stage, I'll tell you. So we're getting ready for your set now. Before we do that, is there any well wishes or any shout outs that you would like to do to anyone watching? Because you've got the world at your doorstep right now.
Well, we'd like to say hello to all our friends and family all around the world. I'm Irish Canadian originally, and I have a lot of family and friends there, including family in Formosa and all over Ontario. And we just wanted to say hello to them, and sorry we can't be with you, but hopefully next year. Yeah. And I want to just do one plug for our new CD, which was reviewed by Irish Music Magazine, called Tua, and you're all very welcome to have a look at that online.
Well, we encourage everyone to pick that up, and I'm so looking forward to your set. Everyone, sit back, maybe have a Celtic fog or something like that. Sit down and enjoy Brian O'Hedra, and Funagle, I'm going Gaelic on you, Mackenzie.
Thank
Welcome
you.
and cheers.
Thank you,
Sláinte.
Roz. Bye now.
Hello everyone, we're delighted to be with you today. I'm Brian O'Hara.
And I'm Funagle Nicanich.
I'm Orla Niara.
And I'm Roshan Yara.
And today we're going to play a few songs for you. And the first one is called An Long Éireanach.
Yes, and Long Éireanach is a type of song called a clapping song. And this is the kind of song that's at the end of the walking the tweed process. So near the end they do some sort of patting down of the tweed. So that's a clapping song, and we've got hundreds of clapping songs in Scottish Gaelic tradition. And Long Éireanach means the Irish galley. So this is a song about a boat going across the Irish Sea towards, way across the Atlantic to America. And there's talk of Tormut and Doldian and various people going across on the boat. So an emigration song, I guess. I just realised though when we were singing that song we forgot to introduce somebody very important.
Yes.
So Shaw Teddy. Teddy, we do a lot of family ceilidhs, online family ceilidhs, which we've enjoyed doing over lockdown. And Teddy's a usual fixture at these things, and I think she's actually the reason why people tune in. not us, but to watch her sleep, because that's pretty much all she does.
Good. Oh, I'm just going to get another guitar.
Oh.
How many guitars do you have?
I have a few guitars for this set. So,
Bit of counting going on here now.
Yes, this is a song I learned from my parents, Aidan and Joyce O'Hara, and they learnt this song, I believe, in Ontario itself. My mother is from Ontario, St. Catharines, but a lot of the people, her people, are from Formosa, which isn't far from Goderich. And this song is called The Wheel of Fortune, and in the song the Wheel of Fortune is spinning backwards and it counts from 20 to 0, skipping every second number. So you have to try and count backwards with us during the chorus.
Keep us right.
On yonder hill there stands a maiden. Who she is I do not know. I'll go ask her hand in marriage. She must answer yes or no. Round goes the wheel of fortune. First comes April, then comes May. Third comes new love, then comes old love, as we pass the time away. 20, 18, 16, 14, 12, 10, 8, 6, 4, 2, none. 19, 17, 15, 13, 11, 9, 7, 5, 3, and 1. Madam, I have gold and silver. Madam, I have a house and land. Madam, I have ships on the ocean. All shall be at your command. Round goes the wheel of fortune. First comes April, then comes May. Third comes new love, then comes old love, as we pass the time away. 20, 18, 16, 14, 12, 10, 8, 6, 4, 2, none. 19, 17, 15, 13, 11, 9, 7, 5, 3, and 1. What care I for your gold and silver? What care I for your house and land? What care I for your ships on the ocean shore? All I want is a handsome man. Round goes the wheel of fortune. First comes April, then comes May. Third comes new love, then comes old love, as we pass the time away. 20, 18, 16, 14, 12, 10, 8, 6, 4, 2, none. 19, 17, 15, 13, 11, 9, 7, 5, 3, and 1. Well, madam, you think much of beauty. Beauty is a flower that soon decays. The fairest flower in all your garden soon must wither and fade away. Round goes the wheel of fortune. First comes April, then comes May. Third comes new love, then comes old love, as we pass the time away. 20, 18, 16, 14, 12, 10, 8, 6, 4, 2, none. 19, 17, 15, 13, 11, 9, 7, 5, 3, and 1. 20, 18, 16, 14, 12, 10, 8, 6, 4, 2, none. 19, 17, 15, 13, 11, 9, 7, 5, 3, and 1. I'm glad we didn't get that wrong. That too, it's a tricky one. So, what's our next piece?
I think this is a Towns Van Zandt song that we just love. We've the four of us quite fond of the song, and it's a very beautiful song, so we'd like to sing it for you now, If I Needed You. Oh yes, you go.
Are we in tune together, Roche?
Let's check.
Close enough?
Yeah, I think it'll work. If I needed you, would you come to me? Would you come to me and ease my pain? Well, if you needed me, I would come to you. I would swim the seas for to ease your pain.
Well, in the night forlorn, oh, the morning's born, and the morning shines with the lights of love, and you will miss sunrise if you close your eyes, and that will break my heart in two.
The lady's with me now, since I showed her how to lay her lily hand in mine. Loop and Lil agree, she's a sight to see, a treasure for the poor to find.
If I needed you, would you come to me? Would you come to me and ease my pain? Well, if you needed me, I would come to you. I would swim the seas for to ease your pain. And if you needed me, I would come to you. I would swim the seas for to ease your pain. Need a thank?
So, I think we'll do one more song. I'll do this over here.
Which guitar are you taking out next?
I know. So we're going to do an Irish song to finish up with, I think.
Yes, this is a song in Irish Gaelic called Fuige Mish an Balla Seo, which is a song I learnt from my father Aidan, who's from Donegal, and this song is from Ulster, and it's about a woman who is just bored with her old husband,
Oh dear.
and she wants to leave and go off for a much more exciting life in Connacht, to the west. Here's some kushna farga pine fin and pony egg sheer yen lundu watching a tranona sweet you ever a story if you would go ni kind young miss some wool the shift my shoulder may go home again no moulish Fuigi mish an balla seo a ta shed the graniers Racky meg you canada no sheer the line yara and at your baby pogo was for a smile about you Shawan just go with cab no boss away and value Posu go home mar yall the punti gas lan mar awa visner hasuri min chin Ruach na fig si dracht amach mar gwr fwy nhw y cweri An sin nach da nwy o war y gylesh a hiol yr as chwaneni
Fwygyn eich am bal y siom ar dda shed y granie Sach meg o conatan o sir gylaen I ara An atcha wen me pogo o stod y stil a balcha Siam a wan just bo ys gad na bos y wer yn talu
Wel, y wir nach me an trua is me posta sgwafi nach ligan amach chon affrin me na syr an yo jidoni nach jake di a lan an yawns nach all yn gini olion nach jawn a len a fri me mar a yellow an hwch a logion
Fwygyn eich am bal y siom ar dda shed y granie Sach meg o conatan o sir gylaen I ara An atcha wen me pogo o stod y stil a balcha Siam a wan just bo ys gad na bos y wer yn fwygyn eich am bal y siom ar dda shed y granie Sach meg o conatan o sir gylaen I ara An atcha wen me pogo o stod y stil a balcha Siam a wan just bo ys gad na bos y wer yn talu
Gyrmahagwyf.
Tableau.
Hey everybody, we're back here, and that was Brian O'Hadra and Fiona McKenzie, and they stuck a Townes Van Zandt tune in there, which was really nice. And I'm back here with Not Roz.
Where'd
It's
Roz go?
Filming.
How's my hair? Wait.
It's
Hi,
the
Cheryl.
Morning Man.
Hi, how are you?
Oh, it's so good to see you.
It's so good to be here.
Like here.
Home.
Home.
I'm home.
You grew up here.
I grew up here. Well, I aged here. I aged bad in
And
here.
how long were you actually MC for the festival?
Oh, only 2 or 3 years.
Oh.
But I came a lot
Right,
over
so
the years.
yeah.
Never really got into the MC thing, but
Well, everybody loves
been off for
some
a couple
filming.
years.
So we've got some filming here today, and we're just going to get right to it. I know you've got a really special guest here
I do.
to interview, so we're going to get right to it. We got
do.
Shane Cook, and he's going to be chatting about a new project.
Hi, Shane Cook.
Hey, Phil, how are you doing?
I'm tremendous. To be honest with you, because I'm an old guy, I'm a little blown away by all the technology, and being able to talk to you is super cool. I'm set.
Reach out and touch you.
Yeah, please don't. I'm
I won't.
setting a timer here so that I don't talk to you for a half an hour because they said I can't do that. What's new in your life? What's going on? What do you want people to know?
Well, I'm playing a lot of golf these days. So if you're looking for somebody on the course, give me a call. But still playing the fiddle lots, and it's been a real treat to get to put some music together for the festival here. It's a chance to play some real music again, and slowly pecking away at a new record that should be. It should have been out now, but because of COVID, I get a little extra time on it. So.
Darn COVID, huh?
Yeah.
Now, we were hoping that Caroline Keane and Tom Delaney might be a part of this. They still might. We don't know. They're lost in cyberspace somewhere, but they may join us. How did you connect with them? Was it originally through the festival?
Gosh, that's a good question. It probably was. And, we've crossed paths at different festivals over the years. I think, actually, without certain, it was Goderich first, though. And, last summer, we put a group together. There are 5 of us in the group, and we joined forces with Sean Gray, who's a Scottish guitarist, and Julianne Cartonnet, a wonderful French bagpiper. And we headed over to France. We played a festival over there at Luçon Continue, and it's been a total joy to get to create new music and put stuff together with these guys.
Well, life sounds like a total joy when you're meeting up with people in France and you get to play music, and then you've seen so many parts of the world with what you do.
I'm a lucky guy. Yeah. There's no doubt. I lucked out totally. My dad played the fiddle, and if it hadn't been for him, I probably wouldn't have done this, and probably would know all of you, and here we are.
So there are different parts to making music. There's writing the music, there's performing the music, there's recording the music. Do you have a favorite part of that process? I'm guessing that you really miss playing live right now.
Absolutely. I mean, that is kind of the big thing, to be able to play with other musicians and interact, and ideally, when you get together with the right musicians, they bring something out of you that you didn't know was there, and maybe even spread it back to them too. And next thing you know, you've got something that never could have happened on your own. And that joy is pretty amazing. Yeah.
I've said that a lot about things like a hockey team. It's not always the ones with the best players that win, but the teams that have the best chemistry. And do you feel like you have that in Coast to Coast?
Absolutely. I just wish we were closer together.
Yeah.
It's hard to keep that momentum going, but it was. We spent a week putting arrangements together last year. We had a friend who put us up at a small castle for a week and just had this wonderful week, in the rural French countryside, getting up every day, have some coffee and just play music and see what we could come up with.
All right, we only have a minute or so next. What's next for you? I guess you're kind of riding out the COVID wave, and then do you have plans after that, or are you just kind of waiting to see what happens?
Absolutely. I've got this new record, and one way or another, I'm going to have to put it out. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. Right. And that'll be with the Wood Chippers.
Perfect.
Who we were playing with last night.
They're great. Amazing.
Oh, thank you.
So tell us a little bit about what we're going to hear now.
Well, the first piece was written by Julien Cartonnet, who is the piper you'll see right off the bat. And it's just a fun little set. We kind of a goofy, playful arrangement here. We have our son Charlie, who is 6 now. This was his favorite track of all the things I've been working on in the last few months. He loves the opening of this, and so one of Julien's tunes, and then we go into an Irish march.
All right, beautiful. So excited to see you guys play. Shane Cook, along with Tom and Caroline and your friends. Let's hear from Coast to Coast. Be well, my friend.
Thank you, Phil. Take care, Cheryl.
Hey there, Shane Cook on fiddle. I'm here on beautiful Lake Erie, here in Ontario, Canada. Thanks Goderich Celtic Roots for inviting us to be a part of this.
Hi everyone, I hope you're all well and happy. My name is Caroline Keane, I played the concertina, and I'm coming to you live from Murrayuk on the Dingle Peninsula, County Kerry, Ireland.
Bonjour tout le monde, je m'appelle Julien Cartonnet, je joue de la cornemuse du centre de la France, plus particulièrement du Morvan. Et je suis à Rivoli, dans le Beaujolais, un petit peu au nord de Lyon, une ville en France. Et voilà, on va vous jouer de la musique.
Hi, my name's Sean Gray and I'm coming to you from Glasgow in Scotland. Great to be here. Thank you.
Hi guys, I'm Tom Delaney and I'll be on the pipes, and thank you very much for having us. I'll be playing from Dingle, County Kerry in Ireland.
Hi, I'm Amy Charbonneau from Soul Beauty, your friendly festival soap vendor. I'm so bummed that we don't get to gather in beautiful Goderich this summer at the Celtic Roots Festival. I really hope we get to see each other next year and it'll be better than ever. Hope everyone's staying safe and healthy and having a glorious summer. Bye.
Hi, I'm Phil Ellsworthy. I have plenty of work here to do in my shop. Still, I'm working on a new viola here, but I'm going to be missing the Goderich Celtic Roots Festival this year. It's always a great chance to catch up with fellow artisans and to talk to many interested members of the public that I encounter at Goderich every year. So. Sad about this year, but looking forward to 2021, God willing. Bye for now.
Hey everybody, it's Cheryl Prashker here, and I'm standing at the very site of where the festival usually takes place. We're on a beautiful sunny night, and I do have my brand new festival t-shirt, the 2020 Dragon.
I'm jealous.
Yeah, I'm the first kid on my block, and they are on sale on our website, so you can pick up your very own Dragon shirt. And of course, I'm here with the most beautiful Joanne Hood, who's also wearing a Celtic Festival shirt. Now, this is what happens. Every year, we have a new design, we have a new shirt. And you are 2018, and you are a crew chief. Joanne Hood, I'm interviewing Joanne because I wanted to talk to her about what it's like to volunteer at the Goderich Celtic Roots Festival. And we have crew chiefs, we have volunteers, and Joanne is in charge of everything that happens in this green shed. And if it doesn't pass, Joanne, it doesn't pass. It doesn't get in. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Yeah, Joanne, tell us about your experiences. First of all, how did you first find out about the Celtic Festival?
Well, the festival can't help but happen, and everybody in the area knows about it.
Right, there's that.
Yes, exactly. And I'm a Celt.
Right? Oh, yeah. Where's your family from?
Scotland originally.
Okay.
Married somebody with Scots background too, so yeah, it was just one of those things that I had to get to it and find out what it was all about.
Well, we really appreciate it. I mean, I'm forever grateful because you have so much help to me as the artistic director and general manager, because basically you're in charge of all the people that have paid their tickets and who come through. They do come through this green shed, and if they haven't bought a ticket in advance, then they buy one from you. Is that right?
Sure, we'll sell them a ticket, no problem.
I understand you weren't the first person in your family to attend this festival.
Definitely not. My youngest daughter, started volunteering, picking up garbage. Then evolved to be working in the administration, helping out, and she got me involved. She's moved on. I'm still here, but she comes back periodically and helps out still. Yes.
Oh yeah. So
yes,
you've been doing this for a bunch of years, and we're so very grateful to you and all of the volunteers. There's a whole bunch. I mean, there's about anywhere from 250 to 300 people who volunteer like Joanne. You get into the festival for free for the entire weekend. You get one of these T-shirts. And each year it's a different color.
Yes.
It's a perk, right?
It's a perk, yes. Being able to sit and watch the fantastic entertainment, it's a perk again. Then there's all the crafters besides. Right. You can leave a bunch of money here too.
Oh yeah, most people who come into that building, through that building, are definitely going to go back a little lighter in their wallet.
Their wallet, yes.
But
yes.
I just want to say, thank you for all the years that you've,
well, thank you.
Put into this green shed.
I wouldn't be coming back if I didn't love it here. This is my holiday.
We're very grateful. I know that we're going to miss being here in the park, but you guys are watching the festival, and I hope you're enjoying it and continue to watch. And we'll see you right back here at Lions Harbor Park next year, right?
Yes, exactly.
And when you do come through, make sure you say hi to Joanne.
Yes,
now you know who she is. Hey everybody, Phil and I are back. Oh, Phil. Seriously?
No, it's empty.
We're back in the studio, and what a great set by Shane and the gang from Coast to Coast, and what a thrill. I mean, amazing to have some of our favorite players, Tom and Caroline, on the set. Great job, guys. New band. Who knows? Maybe we'll see them here in the future. It would be kind of fun to have everybody here, one big family. They all met at Goderich, and that's the beauty of this festival is the relationships that get formed by the musicians. And right, Phil? I mean, you've seen that.
Oh, yeah. It's like family. I've been telling people that the Celtic music is kind of like the mac and cheese of the music world. It's just warm and comfortable. It feels like home, you know?
It's perfect.
For real.
It's perfect.
This is the vibe.
So we have a special band that we were geared up to interview right now. We've got one for the Foxes. So we've got Dave Curley. We've got Tig and Joanna coming from Ireland. And we have a couple of special guests who've dropped into that, who we were hoping to talk to a few minutes ago, and who I think it looks like they stopped the car to call us. We've got Caroline Keane and Tom Delaney. So I'm going to let Phil chat with those guys, and we'll see you later.
Hi, guys. I'm so happy to see your faces. I thought you were in Ireland, but you can't be. There's sunshine.
No, we're barely dealing with it.
Is that? How are the two of you?
Yeah, we're good. Yeah. We're gallivanting around Ireland, making the most of our quiet time, and enjoying the nice weather and visiting places, visiting people, trying to.
Good to know,
Caroline. To keep it between the ditches, you know.
Caroline has an exciting new album out. It's beautiful.
Thank you.
Talk a little bit.
You were talking to me there.
Thank you. It was due out in March, and then it didn't get out until mid-May. But look, it's out now, which is really nice, and I'm really excited. It was a long time in the making.
Sure. How do people find it, Caroline?
Well, they wouldn't tell me if they didn't like it.
No, I mean, how would they find it?
Oh!
Will they find your record?
Tig likes it, he said earlier on.
It's on my website, carolinekeenmusic.com.
Okay.
So,
perfect.
What
about
the publicist?
Now, the two of you, you're working with Coast to Coast. Are you doing some stuff together as well?
Yeah, as much as we can.
Yeah.
We had lots of big plans, and then this all came along. So look, we're still making the plans and we're turning the wheels, but it's just on hold.
Yeah.
So
it's exciting.
One of the cool things about Coast to Coast was the Goderich kind of relationship was one of the first things that was mentioned when we got together as well. We were like, do you know where we're going to go with this? We're going to go to Goderich.
Yeah.
Shane Cook was like, yeah, exactly. That's exactly where we're headed. So
cool.
So we're very excited to maybe come and see you one time.
Yeah.
With that gang.
Certainly hope so. We do miss your faces, but so glad we get to hear your music and see you here like this. Technology's wonderful.
It is. It's exciting. And it's really nice to see the lads as well. Because I haven't seen you in forever. You don't find the time going.
Right.
So, thanks for letting us crash your party.
Well, it's good to have you. Whereabouts in Ireland are you? You're not in Dingle right now, are you?
No, we're
not today.
We're in Derry, and we were in Doolin, County Clare this morning.
Okay.
So that's why we look a bit hot.
We're traveling the length and width of the country in order to look for our wedding present. We didn't get married, so we decided we're going to try and buy an old van and turn it into a camper. So we're on the lookout for a camper van, and we're in. Yeah.
If anyone knows of a camper van for sale in Ireland,
for cheap, preferably. There we go. That's what we're at. So we're just outside Derry.
Only at Celtic Festival can you put out a live ad for a camper van, right? Get a chartreuse microbus and tour.
If we don't find one there, exactly.
Well, great to talk to you. Be safe, take care of each other, and hopefully we'll have you back here real soon.
Will do. It's lovely to chat to you.
Great to see you.
Nice to see you, Tom.
Love you both. Thanks.
See you, Dave. See you, thanks. See you, Joanna. Mind yourselves. Good to see you.
You too.
And I kind of hijacked this segment a little bit from Cheryl because I so badly wanted to talk to David Curley because he's one of my favorite musicians.
How you feel?
You're such a talented guy. I still play your CD an awful lot at the apartment. And I first met you, you were with Runa.
Yeah. I don't know how many years ago that was, but yeah, it's been a few years.
You got tired of those people.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you found some new people to haunt. Tell me about your friends and your new group.
Tig and Joanna. Yeah, we were there last year. Wasn't it last year we were there?
Yeah.
A year before.
Years ago, cheers. Tig and myself were in college in Limerick.
together a couple of years apart, and then Joanna was in Limerick as well, but I was gone from there at that time. So Tig and Joanna met, and they liked each other's music and liked each other, and they got married. And then, did an album together, and they got me, and so that's kind of the trio came out of.
You've done a lot of music, David, since Runa. I guess maybe before Runa. I guess the bottom line is you've been kicked out of a lot of bands.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, but I kind of play with a lot of different musicians, and kind of different projects kind of come up, and I'm always interested musically, to where, you know, every group of people bring it in a different direction. So I'm always curious about that. But yeah, we've been working a lot. Boys are texting there. We've been working a lot on new music for One for the Foxes, and we got a new CD out in January. But you know, we kind of just wanted to see when we write music together, what sort of music comes out, and yeah, I think we're pretty happy with where we got to with that one.
Yeah, you have an amazing chemistry between the three of you. It's really lovely.
Yeah, thank you.
So Tig and Joanna, you're so David's in Florida. Tig and Joanna, you're actually in West Cork, did you say, in Ireland right now?
Yeah, we're in Inchigeelagh in West Cork at the moment.
Don't you love technology, that you can be together with all of us like this?
Yeah, it is pretty wild. It is, yeah. It's just being in a tiny rural spot in this corner of the planet, and getting to be in Canada and Florida at the same time as well.
So I don't know how much time do we have to talk. Do we need to get to their music soon? Do you want us to tell us a little bit about the music we're going to hear today?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's as Dave mentioned there, we came out with this album this year, and we had big plans for the year, and included in those plans was, of course, our second trip out to Goderich. But Take a Look Around is the name of the album, and it's available on our website and on all the usual spots. But it's a good mix of like traditional Irish, traditional folk, and then some singer-songwriter stuff on there. We've a little swingy number. It's loads of different stuff, but you'll get a taste of it anyway here from the next segment.
So who are some of the influences in your life, or the thing that maybe made you think that the three of you could get together and make something sound awesome like you do?
Who wants to take it? Joanna?
Yeah, Joanna hasn't talked much. Let her take it.
Okay. Well, I suppose for me, I grew up in Colorado, so I have a whole set of influences, like pre-knowing Irish music, and I came here several years ago to study more about Irish music, but I think just my own musical tastes are very eclectic, and I realized that spending time with Tig and meeting Dave subsequently, that even like what we might just put on the radio in the car could be like any kind of music, really. Like Tig plays piano accordion and had his like punk rock sort of teenage years, or he loved like all of so
You talk punk rock. I heard you say Colorado, and I thought John Denver. So there's a blend for you.
That's punk rock's probably more Tig, but yeah, no, John Denver. He would have been played in the house a lot growing up, and even like, you know, back to Motown and that kind of thing. And then like I suppose just sort of folk music moving into acoustic music, and then I think like for us the album was really our first chance to fully explore a lot of those different tastes. So it is very eclectic.
So excited to hear you guys. Thanks for joining us today from Florida and from Cork, Ireland, and all the best to you. Stay well. Wash your hands, wear your masks, you know, do the things.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks a million for having us, guys.
Yes, thank you so much.
Big fan. Let's hear from One for the Foxes. Good to go?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hello.
Hello. We are One for the Foxes, and I am Tig O'Macher.
I'm Joanna Hyde here in West Cork in Ireland.
And I'm Dave Curley down in Orlando, Florida at the minute.
And yeah, this is great to be part of this wonderful initiative with Goderich Celtic Roots Festival. We got to perform in person 2 years ago and had a great time, but so sad not to be there right now, but happy to be a part of this wonderful event. So we're going to kick off with a piece that we composed ourselves, and it's called One for the Foxes, and it's the piece that we take our band name from. So here we go. This is One for the Foxes.
So we're going to continue on now with a song called A Pretty Fair Maid in the Garden, and we got this from Tim O'Brien. Well, I first heard it from Tim O'Brien on his album Fiddler's Green. And when we first started working together, I went up to Boston where Joanna was studying, up in Berkeley there, and Tig was there. So we were pooling different songs that we knew, and it turned out myself and Joanna both sang this song. And so we worked up an arrangement. It was one of the first things we worked on, I think.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
And we just recorded that on our new album that we brought out in January called Take a Look Around. But yeah, it's been a while kind of forming, I suppose, as a song for us. But yeah, so this is A Pretty Fair Maid in the Garden.
Pretty fair maid was in her garden. A stranger came riding by. He came up to the gate and called her, saying, "Pretty fair maid, will you be my bride?" She said, "I've a true love who's in the army, and he's been gone for 7 long years. And if he's gone for 7 years longer, I'll still be waiting for him here." Perhaps he's on some more course drowning. Perhaps he's on some battlefield slain. Perhaps he's to some fair girl married, and you may ne'er see him again. But if he's drowned, I hope he's happy. Or if he's on some battlefield slain, or if he's to some fair girl married, love the girl that married him. His finger wore a golden ring. When she saw the band shining, a brand new song her heart did sing. And then he threw his arms all around her, kisses gave 1, 2, and 3. Said, "I'm your true loving soldier that's come back home to marry thee." And a pretty fair maid was in her garden. A stranger came riding by. It came up to the gate and called her, said, "Pretty fair maid, would you be my bride?"
So now we're going to do something maybe a little more different. I guess when we were starting to play together, we realized we all have pretty eclectic tastes in music, and so we've all along kind of like to try different things and see where we go with it. So this next one actually comes from a Canadian band called Stars, and they're more, they do all kinds of things, kind of more pop, electronic. I don't know, is that a fair description, do you think?
Yeah, eclectic. The first album I heard of them, this song was on at Your Ex-Lover's Day, but every track seemed like a completely different production. I loved it. It was just an exciting listen all the way through. So this one jumped out to me when I first heard them.
Yeah, so we this is another one we kind of started off early on doing, and we didn't record it on the album, so we've now recorded it, and it's a chirpy number. Dave mentioned the title there, called Your Ex-Lover is Dead.
God, that was strange to see you again, introduced by a friend of a friend, smiled and said, yes, I think we've met before. In that instant it started to pour, captured a taxi despite all the rain. We drove in silence across Pontchampagne, and all of the times I thought I was sad, I was trying to remember your name.
This scar is a fleck on my porcelain skin. Tried to reach deep, but you couldn't get in. Now you're outside me, you see all the beauty, repent all your sin. It's nothing but time and a face that you lose. I chose to feel it, but you couldn't choose. Write you a postcard, I'll send you the news, from a house down the road, from real love. Live through this and you won't look back. Live through this and you won't look back. Live through this and you won't look back. There's one thing I want to say, so I'll be brave. You were what I wanted, I gave what I gave. I'm not sorry I met you, I'm not sorry it's over. I'm not sorry there's nothing to say. I'm not sorry there's nothing to say.
All right, well, we're going to jump back to a tune from the album now. This is the Take a Look Around album with the lovely artwork by Lizzie Doe.
Yeah.
And unfortunately we haven't got to gig it too many times, but this next piece is called Lost Points, which was a tune that I wrote for Joanna after the first day that we met, when she lost my pint. But it was...
That is not a fair version of the story. He abandoned me first, but he left his pint behind. It's a long story, but we got there in the end, and he wrote me this tune, and now things are great.
So here's Lost Points.
So we're going to do something now that we've never done before. This song is brand new to us, and we have a friend named Jeremy Van Hoy who lives in Colorado. He's a musician himself, and he sent this along and thought it would be a fun one for us to cover. And it's a song written by Ben Gibbard of Death Cab for Cutie, and it's written actually for a soundtrack of a film. I haven't seen the film. I got the track and I listened so much that was kind of enough for me. I never actually watched the movie, but we'll look it up sometime. But so this is a song by Ben Gibbard called Where Our Destination Lies.
Exclusive for Goderich Online.
Exclusive for Goderich Online, yeah. You say you don't want to know where this road goes as you follow its twists and its turns. If I'm gonna be someone equally free, there are things
naive to surmise there'll be storms at times, 'cause you're a wind so blustery and cold. Down our cheeks the rain will fall in sheets till the sun warms us both. The pavement's the drum and we're waltzing in beat, the rhythm of the sound of our shoes on the street. I'll take care of you if you take care of me. Take care of me. You say you don't wanna know where this road goes, as you follow its twists and its turns. If I'm gonna be someone equally free, there are things that I must unlearn. The pavement's the drum and we're waltzing in beat, the rhythm of the sound of our shoes on the street. I'll take care of you if you take care of me. You say you don't wanna know where this road goes, 'cause you don't wanna spoil the surprise. We will see our eventually where our destination lies, where our destination lies.
So we're going to continue on now with an instrumental piece that all three of us wrote together, I guess. We were in Columbus, Ohio, recording with our good friend Tom Boyer at GBS Records, and staying with another great friend, Sandra Piskarczyk and Dave McKee, who were very kind to house us when we were in the area. And we were writing material for the new album, and this tune, I suppose, came from three different pieces of, or three ideas that we each had that we just found a way to marry together. So we are brilliant at naming things. And usually when we have to name something, we look around us and see what's closest to poach. So
preferably an animal.
Yeah, yeah. So Sandra has a lovely dog called Toby, who was listening to us intently as we took it from scraps of ideas to a piece of music. So we called it Toby's Fancy. So here we go.
we're gonna finish off with one final number now. This is a song we all wrote together for the new album. Started off as an idea when I was playing with my brother Ian, and we love swing music, so that's kind of where our heads were with this one, and brought it to Dave and Ty to kind of finish up and turn it into a happy song for a change. We love the happy ones when we can get them, so it's a little number we call We Wander Through.
And so Ian, Jonah's brother, co-wrote with us on this song, but we also had a host of other people involved with the recording. We had Lizzie Doe, who did the artwork. We had Tim Riley on the photos. We had the wonderful Tom Boyer, who's the engineer, who is just a saint who happens to live on this planet.
Kept us sane for the process, yeah.
And then in terms of the other musicians who played with us, we had Kieran Leonard, the amazing percussionist, who does classical and traditional, all sorts of stuff. And on bass, we had Byron House, who has played with every household name you have ever heard of. And now he's also played with us. So thanks Byron.
Yeah, well, thanks everyone for tuning in today, and thanks to Cheryl and all the staff and volunteers at the Goderich Celtic Roots Festival. And if you want to check out our music or more of our videos that we'll be doing in isolation, you can go check us out at oneforthefoxes.com or Facebook or Instagram and find out more there. So thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you so much. Enjoy the day.
Bye-bye.
Stood by the door, dreaming alone, almost went home. Then the falls, the band walls were right here, and so it goes. And I don't want to pretend this will not end. I'm gonna walk before I run. Ooh, it's our fate, love dictates. We'll dance until dawn. We wander through flowers of hues, swirling and spoken, hands interwoven in sunlight and shadow. We know we can always dance again, and I don't want to pretend this will not end. I'm gonna walk before I run. Ooh, it's our fate, love dictates. We'll dance until dawn. And I don't want to pretend this will not end. I'm gonna walk before I run. Ooh, it's our fate, love dictates. We'll dance until dawn. And I don't want to pretend this will not end. I'm gonna walk before I run. It's our fate, love dictates. We'll dance until dawn. Ooh, it's our fate, love dictates. We'll dance until dawn. We'll dance until the dawn.
We are back with another Founders Moment with Warren and Eleanor. Welcome back again. What a terrific display has been served up for us this afternoon. Isn't this wonderful? Aren't we lucky?
Yes, yes.
Have we ever been unlucky with weather at the Celtic Festival?
Well, occasionally.
Yes?
Occasionally, but you muddle through or puddle through.
Puddle through. and people have a good spirit about it, don't they?
Well, folkie who go to festivals always have a poncho or something for the rain in the car or in their...
This is a resilient bunch, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
And if they're Celtic, then they're used to it, right?
That's right.
That misty weather.
That misty weather. Now, when we talk about resilience and weathering the storms, we've weathered a lot of friendships and community in this whole long endeavor of almost 30 years, right?
Right.
So when you think and reflect back now, this is a real good time to hit the pause button and reflect. What are some of the friendships that stand out to you and people that you didn't think would be part of your circle of life now before you began this second chapter and now are?
Warren.
Well, there are some that started way back. I remember the first time we got to meet people who've now become friends, Archie Fisher from Scotland, also Brian McNeil, and some very good friends from Ireland. The Kruger brothers from the United States who've become very close to us. I think one of the nicest moments, though, for us has been the last 3 years, because we're hosts as well. We host performers as well.
Yeah.
We've been thrilled to host Michael Rooney and June McCormick from Sligo.
And their 3 boys.
And they're 3 wonderful young men. And they've become very close friends. We email back and forth, and we have a grandson rather, who's going over to County Sligo for his 4th year of university.
Wow.
And we're hoping to get over sometime this year to get to see him and to visit with Michael and June. But there have been many others. There have been many weddings have come out of the festival.
Oh, I got one. It was a performer, and it was Emily Smith, and in her band was Jamie Mick. Mm-hmm. Anyway,
Okay.
From New Zealand.
Oh.
And he was going to, this was their second time back, and he was going to propose to her down on the beach. And that's what he did. But we gave them a really interesting wedding present, which was a gag gift. There was another gift because our friends went over. We couldn't go over at that time. So they went to the wedding and they represented us. But she bought this necklace at the festival from one of the jewelers. And so anyway, she said to the paper she was billeting with, she said, "Oh yeah, it's made out of salt." And she said, "Do you want to lick it?" "No, she's got it on. Do you want to lick it?" And they sort of went, and Kevin went, "That's not salt." And so anyway, for the wedding, we went and got some salt pieces, and we made a necklace out of brass wire and salt, and we put it on a black velvet background and sent it over as our memento from the Celtic Festival. So yes, they got engaged down on the rocks at the cove.
How lovely.
So it was a lovely moment, and we've had several weddings come out of that. So it's people who've met at the college, spent lots of time together.
And a number of people who've moved to town, having discovered Goderich by coming to the festival. Including our artistic director, Cheryl Frasker.
Isn't that incredible to
it
think
is
that
incredible.
she moved here from Montreal and Philadelphia of all places?
That's right, and New York's. I mean, she'd been all the hot spots. So, the big four, right? Montreal.
This one, she's checking boxes, I think. Right.
Yeah, we got them all in there. So it's been remarkable what has happened, and the friendships, even among the children at the Celtic Kids Camp. We mentioned Michael and June and their 3 boys. The 3 boys were devastated to leave last year because they'd made such great friends. And they email again back and forth.
Well, they write letters back and forth.
Isn't it interesting? And again, as we hit the pause button this year, somewhat, we're reflecting that the world really is knitted together in a tapestry. And your kilt reminds me of that. Your sash reminds me of that. We're never far from family, are we? Our greater Celtic family, our greater rooted family, if you will.
Yeah, I think one of the most wonderful things ever said about our festival was said by Brian McNeil, who said, "This is one of the very few true community festivals. And I'd like to salute all those who've come to add to the community, all our performers who've come, all our visitors who've come. And I'd also like to salute the community itself and all those who've helped, our wonderful volunteers. And, our vision started 27 and a half years ago, but we hope it goes on for another 50.
It has certainly grown. It has certainly grown. And it changes all right.
Changes all right. Well, it has been an absolute pleasure to spend time with my good friends, my dear friends, and the founders of the Celtic Festival. And we will see where this takes us. Something tells me that this virtual fest has just been a beautiful thing that has taken the reach of this festival even further and grown to love even more.
Well, it's rather surprising to know that there are people in Europe who do follow it. There are people in Japan who do follow it. Yeah. And this way we can reach out and they can maybe watch some of it.
Oh, I think they will be. They will be. So you and I, that evening, the both of you, will be not far away from me, and we will be watching together, joining in, telling stories. Maybe we can entice them to come back in. We'll see. But for now, I hope you've enjoyed Founders Moments with Warren and Eleanor.
And Roz. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Eve Goldberg, and we're back for another ukulele lesson on the song I'm Thinking Tonight of My Blue Eyes. Just a reminder, you can download the words and chords at my website, evegoldberg.com/Celtic-Fest-2020. So we've got our 3 chords. And now we're strumming with the boom chuck strum. And I wanted to show you some variations on that boom chuck strum. If you did that whole thing with the boom chuck strum and you thought, yeah, I can do that, that's pretty easy, and you feel like you need a bit more challenge, there are some variations you can play on this strum. So our rhythm so far has just been 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 through the whole song. So we're going to add a little bit to that. Instead of playing just boom, chuck, we're going to play a rhythm that sounds like boom, chuck-a, boom, chuck-a, boom, chuck-a, boom. So to do that, we're going to play a little up strum after our down strum, and it sounds like this. I'm playing the C chord right now. So what I'm doing is I'm playing the same boom chuck, but after I strum down, I'm doing a little up strum, and I'm pretty much using my index finger for that. I open with my fingers, and then my index finger comes back. It's just a little light flick, and it gives a little lift to the rhythm, because now the rhythm is 1, 2, and 3, 4, and 1, 2, and 3, 4, and. So you can do that same strum through the whole song, which would sound like, oh, I'm thinking tonight of my blue eyes, who is sailing far over the sea. Oh, I'm thinking tonight of my blue eyes, and I wonder if he ever thinks of me, and so on. So that's one thing you can practice. If you want an even bigger challenge, there's a third variation, which is to do a little up strum before the down strum. So that turns out to be thumb, up, down, up, thumb, up, down, up, thumb, up, down, up, thumb, up. Boom, a chucka, boom, a chucka. I call that one boom, a chucka. That's much harder for most people, so if you can't do that right now, that's fine, but it gives you something to work on later. And again, that up strum is just a little light flick. I'm not trying to strum through all the strings, just a little. And even if I only catch 1 or 2 strings, it gives that little feeling of lift to the rhythm. So I'll play a little bit of one of the verses using the boom a chukka. And I think I'll play the 3rd verse. So it would sound like this. When the cold, cold grain shall enclose me, will you come, dear, and shed just one tear, and say to the strangers around you, a poor heart you have broken lies here. Oh, I'm thinking tonight, and so on. So that's the boom a chukka strum. Now, what I would recommend if you want to build these skills is to practice all the way through the song the boom chukka strum and get really comfortable with that, and all the way through the song with boom a chukka and get really comfortable with that if you're ready for those challenges. Once you know all 3 of those versions, we have boom chuck, boom chukka, and boom a chukka, we can mix them up however we want when we play the song. It's like just adding a little bit of variety to our rhythm all the way through the song. So that sounds a little bit like this. Oh, I'm thinking tonight of my blue eyes, who is sailing far over the sea. Oh, I'm thinking tonight of my blue eyes, and I wonder if he ever thinks of me. So in that case, I was just randomly switching between the 3 variations that we have, and it just adds a little bit of interest to the rhythm. It doesn't matter if you're playing boom chukka and I'm playing boom a chukka. They all fit together, all 3 of those in a group. If you're playing in a group, everyone can be playing different variations, and it all fits together. So have fun with those variations, and I'll be back for another lesson in a little while. I'm Eve Goldberg, and we'll see you soon.
Cheryl Prashker here with Phil Main, and we are back at the Goderich Celtic Virtual 27.5 Celtic Festival, coming to you live from the Stage in Goderich, Ontario, with the folks at Faux Pop Media.
Yeah.
How cool are we?
They're very cool here. Mark is an old, very old friend.
How old?
Very old.
Oh, very old.
Very old.
You know what? We had a lot of music before we came back here. We had one for the Foxes.
David has, man, and the voices,
Right, exactly. Exactly what
Is that
Phil
what you
said.
were going to say?
It was exactly what I was going to say.
Right.
Like with the same brain.
Yeah, right.
And then we had a wonderful Founders moment. So we played a couple of those yesterday, and that was from Warren and Eleanor Robinson, interviewed by Roz Elliott. And Roz will be back a little bit later live in the studio. And then we had our continuous ukulele lesson that's been going on all weekend. And we have a few more of those from Eve Goldberg. So take your ukuleles out, make sure they're by your side as we get going for the rest of the day. And
can I say hi to Warren and Eleanor?
Yeah.
I love you guys. I do. They made such a lot of what I am right now, blame Warren and Eleanor.
Did you have them as a teacher?
They were teachers of mine in, back in the days when my school was black and white. It was everything.
It's amazing how many people you bump into on the streets of Goderich who had Warren and or Eleanor as a teacher.
They've touched a lot of lives.
Yeah, that's a really amazing thing. But so that we don't start crying, we should, I know. We have some special guests here from, one over the border and one over the pond. And I think we're going to get right to interviewing. Hey, we've got Fanon Dabara, we've got Eamon Dabara. Eamon, where are you calling from?
I'm calling from the Starship Larch Hill here in Dublin. Fanon is calling from the Starship Runa.
Yes.
That's right. The Runaverse.
Runaverse, that's right. That is the new term.
Always one for the good puns.
Yeah, always one. Now, these brothers, and they are brothers, are 2 out of the 7 family members of the Dabara clan. But we were going to be having 2 of them, plus Cormac Dabara on harp, come to Goderich this year, and it was going to be Eamon's and Cormac's first year. And so we had the Dabara brothers. And do we have Cormac out there in cyberspace anywhere?
Well, he was having a lot of difficulties with his Skype. I think they froze his account for lack of inactivity. So I'm going to try calling him here, and we're going to try to do
awesome.
I think he's on another planet.
Yeah,
he's possibly in another universe.
Here he is.
Hey, Cormac. Hey, you guys. I was wondering if you could just chat amongst yourself in Gaelic for a few seconds, just to, because I just love that.
Cormac, around your mother, draw last air, no kind of your shoe looking there.
I love it.
That's
Thank you, guys. Yeah. And where are you calling from, Cormac?
From the living room in Dublin, from Leeston Street in Dublin.
Oh, excellent. And Fanon, Newtown, Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania, just north of Philadelphia.
One of the first times I got to see the Dabara family band was at the Milwaukee Irish Festival. And did you put that together for that? And what kind of music had you done together before that?
Well, who wants to go first?
That was one of the very few performances that we've actually ever done officially as Dabara, and we tried to get as many family members as possible into that event. Before that, the previous January, we had done a bigger event in Dublin as part of the Trad Fest that Cormac and Eamon helped organise, try to draft in all of the family members, which has always been a thing that we've tried to do over the years, but without somebody spearheading it, it's kind of difficult when we're all busy with other commitments. So Milwaukee, that one that you saw was probably one of the few performances that we've actually done as a family.
What Fanon's not telling you is that when we were as teenagers, we had another band together. So Fanon joined us late. He was just starting off on the guitar. So there was an incarnation before that. Maybe. The first time we all got together as Dabara was for the album, was the CD really was the drive that got us to get together, which was great. And we kind of launched that nearly at Milwaukee. We got Mom to come over as well.
That's right. Your mom was there, and it was absolutely spectacular. Tell me about the influence of her music and how you guys all started playing, and how influential was she and or your grandma?
Well, I think that's actually a question for Cormac, to be honest, because Cormac would have been, Cormac being the eldest in the family, although he doesn't look like it a lot of the time.
No.
I get when the two of us are standing next to each other, people ask me who's younger, and Cormac likes that. But Cormac actually is the one to answer that question, because Cormac learned the harp from our grandmother, and was a real connection to that generation that the rest of us, I suppose, haven't tapped into. So maybe Cormac will take that one.
Well, I suppose we were lucky to grow up with that all around us, and Mom is a harp player and a singer as well. And I, being the oldest, Mom used to sing an awful lot more. She used to perform a lot, so it's around us. So the influence really, the songs in Irish, and our uncles Sean and Bara and Colin, they all played whistles, and Eamon got his music from his uncle Sean, our uncle Sean. But so really, that house, our grandmother's house where they all grew up, that was the source of most of the music that we had. That was our influence that molded how we learned our stuff. And we were lucky I started traveling at 17, and I thought I took it for granted that everybody had that in their house, but we had a very special, albeit a very strange, but a very special upbringing that way. We were surrounded by that. There's the harp behind me. There's the harp I learned, and that's my grandmother's harp.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, but we just took it for granted. It was in the corner when we were there, and people would just. There'd be sessions at the weekends. People would call in from Brittany, from France, from Wales, from Scotland, or from other parts of Ireland, and just start playing, and it was just that was the norm. So that was our life, really. You know.
That's fantastic. Yeah, I mean, and we were going to have your mom come over this year and spend some time with us, and we were going to have some special events surrounding your mom. We'll get her here. There's no doubt that we're going to get her here and get the DeBarra brothers here. So for Eamon, this was going to be your first time at Goderich. What did you hear? Like, what did you hear about it, and what were you looking forward to?
Well, I was looking forward to that the feeling of community. I believe Goderich is just this wonderful place where you can go. Everybody knows each other. You can you spend a week there. So it's special and different to other festivals. That other festivals being you get in, it's quite a hectic sort of a weekend. Everybody's like ships in the night. You don't get to meet people. You don't get to meet the people from the area. You don't get to know anybody, and you don't get to get a sense of it. It's just a thing in itself rather than what Goderich is. My understanding is that you're going to get to know the people of Goderich. You're going to get to know all of the musicians. You're going to get to know all of the other teachers, and then at the end of it, it's essentially it becomes a family. And then by the end of it, of course, everyone's sad to be parting, and then they can't wait to get back to the next year. So that's what I was really looking forward to that element of it, and the fact that our family would be together in that setting.
Oh, fingers crossed, maybe next year we'll have you guys as a family over here. What was it like to put the music together for this particular, Finan, can you set up the tracks and tell us a little bit about what it was like to have the three of you playing together? Because I know you don't get to do that very often. It's very special for us that you did. Thank you so much. It's quite an honor. But what was it like, just playing with each other in each other's ears and getting to do this?
Well, thankfully, Eamon and Cormac were able to play in the same room, which set it up nicely there. And for me, I was just able to follow along. I had no idea what they were going to send me, so I just loaded it up, played along, and we put some videos together. But as always, that kind of stuff with family, with music that we've been playing for years, you're able to slot in and out of it, and really enjoyed. Hearing some of the classics and some new stuff as well, or newer stuff that we've had put in the set list the last few years. But as you said, we don't play together that often, so it's a nice special moment, and we were looking forward to this summer. And that particular trip to Goderich was going to be a mega reunion with Slide were supposed to be coming over, Eamon, Mam, Cormac, all that stuff. So yeah. It was really nice to be able to do it, albeit just digitally and putting together. And there's an extra surprise that you threw in last night, Cheryl, at the beginning of the whole festival. That extra song, that sort of the transatlantic session that it was. That was really nice to do that as well.
Well, we're actually going to re-air that after the set in its entirety. So it's a little bit of a bonus track. So I'm just going to let the world get a chance to see the world-class DeBarra family band as the three of them, Cormac, Eamon, and Finan. Thank you so much for being with us live, and thank you so much for putting together the music. And we'll see you back here at some point, you guys. Thanks.
Great. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, guys.
And shout out to Liam as the other DeBarra gentleman in the room.
Yeah. He's upstairs with his djembe waiting to go.
All right.
Hi, Liam.
This is a piece by Tullach O'Carroll. It's a piece called Mr. O'Connor that our grandmother Roisin arranged for me many moons ago, but we put up the arrangement now for the flute now for Mr. O'Connor. So, Sure and Thought Time Gan Im Gan More. It's an Irish language version of the song Rocky Road to Dublin. Agus big phenomenon Shane Clean. Humans of Homer. So, check out Time Gan Im Gan More.
Time gan or gan erige tam a ras a phone stil in Lord and erige time gan in gan or gan erige tam a ras a phone stil in Lord and erige o terum rallum bro terum rallum shalavan terum rallum bro bangin go stick nagan like time gan in gan or gan erige tam a ras a phone stil in Lord and erige time gan in gan or gan erige tam a ras a phone stil in Lord and erige
Bams and river away, was Tava Horace Vicky, Don Bethma Horna down, over to road and Wicky.
Tangan erige tam a ras a phone stil in Lord and erige tangan erige tam a ras a phone stil in Lord and erige
O Kamsha Petty Peel, no time in Wheeler Shelly, identical behavior with Bushy or Lincoln Master.
O tangan erige tam a ras a phone stil in Lord and erige tangan erige tam a ras a phone stil in Lord and erige
O Tatum Random Row, O Tatum Random Shilvan, O Tatum Random Row, O Bangin and Ghostic Nagan Lake.
Tam a ras a phone stil in Lord and erige tangan gan erige tam a ras a phone stil in Lord and erige tangan gan erige tam a ras a phone stil in Lord and erige tangan gan erige tam a ras a phone stil in Lord and erige
Sein vi ráfortan is tar bein an pipe an the hab agus port and dory. A hen, 2, 3. a Scott Skinner tune now called The Mathematician. Two reels now. The Flowers of the Red Hill and Mulhairs.
piece called The Hawk of Ballyshannon, or Sealc na Héireann in Irish, and it's attributed to Carolyn and Lorida O'Cahan, the two harper composers. So we're not sure who wrote it, but it's a lovely tune anyway. Myself and Fionn would do it from a distance. Sealc na Héireann.
Hey there, Goderich Lunatics. So wonderful to see you. Welcome to the weekend that we have been waiting for all year long. We are so excited to be part of the Goderich Celtic Roots Festival and College. Wishing we could be there with all of you in person and with all of the other musicians that we normally get to spend time with throughout that week. And so we thought it might be a really special part of the festival to put on a performance where we're teaming up, joining forces, as it were, with one of our favorite bands in the universe who also happened to be family members of the Runa gang as well. So Fionn here is part of Dubara, and the other members of Dubara are probably around me at the moment. But we decided Runa and Dubara should team up forces on this next song called Siobhan Ní River. And it's a song that's on, I think, our second Runa album, but somewhere back in the archives, we thought we'd pull it out of the archives and perform this. We've done this a couple times with Dubara in the past, but it's been a while, so we thought it might be a fun one to pull out. And it's a fun song. It's one of those songs that the girl and the guy go back and forth. He is really trying to convince her to marry him, and she just will have none of it. She tells him to get lost by the end of the song. So we may have sung this at some of our workshops when Runa has been up at Goderich as well. So if you know this one, sing it out loud and proud. And here we go. Let's join us.
Dairem madina Tarrington enigu deal is a kanach marianach marina ro Vuil tarder and malach me seemish she go Is na Siobhan Ní River mission luach na mo.
Shivani gadiran mishti lat mebeti Mo vrons mo vele har mishti lam du begi Broin te gos mitte veskilu puldi hi Kalve hin nurus kadag shi lefan hi
Ivan I rivers to Bonhagus Barbiske Flane kringager huksischen waren lei Legele finale maschis le roding skei Is nach mission trovera big scar am moire
Ta shaka gos bra mishlei Paunon yedi vadeti klo folsenei Bashelo em peke ma hog bishep hog da bel Turin de tele da Goderich shit bolei
Skedam wem te gaga darfen nach bosinge Rawa bannegas bum bishir
Thanks so much, everyone. Have a great festival.
Hey everyone, Josh from House Guitars, right in Goderich, Ontario, and I'm going to miss seeing you all at this year's Celtic Roots Festival, but I do look forward to being back in 2021 with my guitars, and a big thank you to the festival staff. You do such a great job every year, and for putting the time and effort to make the virtual festival possible this year. Thank you very much. Look forward to seeing you in 2021.
Hi. Brenda Roy here, sending greetings and best wishes from Stratford, Ontario. It's hard to believe that this would have been my 27th Celtic Festival, but I started in year 2 and have been there every year since. My designs have changed a lot over the years, but I think some of the most interesting pieces I've done have been the ones based on ancient artifacts and archaeological sites. My booth has one of the best views of the main stage in the park. I hope I can share it with you again next year.
Hi, my name's Tony O'Callaghan. I'm with the Shearing Celtic Sculpture. Unfortunately, this year we won't be able to be at the festival because it's not on in reality. So hopefully 2021, I'll see you next year. And thanks to everybody and Goderich in particular.
Cheryl, I see that Phil has left the building.
Yeah, we didn't even get a chance to say a proper goodbye, but boy, what a treat it was to have Phil here with us. It was like
old times,
just
old
like
times.
he said.
It is just like old times.
Like
he's incredible, and Goderich is his home. He has just a love for Goderich, and he's met so many of these artists over the years too. That it was special for him too. And so thanks to Phil, we love seeing you in the studio, and I know everyone enjoyed reconnecting with you. Well, how fun is it that the Bera and Runa got to reconnect too?
Oh, it was great. It was great fun to play along with Eamon and Cormac. It was great fun to chat with them. Thank you guys for calling in from Ireland, and to Fanon from Pennsylvania, and another shout out to Liam, our little DeBarra boy.
It is so great. And of course, we heard from some of our vendors who typically, again, we would see at the festival. Josh House building those wonderful guitars that so many of our artists play with.
That's
just
right.
fantastic. And the jewelry, just fantastic. Our artists have so much fun with that every year.
Oh, they're great. And they all have websites. And as a matter of fact, our own Liesel put together a great craft page on the website, and you can go to our website and check out all the craft artists and see their websites, like I said, and some pieces, some pictures of their pieces. I want to give another shout out to our own wonderful art gallery in town, and Elizabeth, for putting together taking the dragon and framing it in such a beautiful way. So we want to thank Elizabeth, and please visit Elizabeth's art gallery when you're in town. It's right on the square.
Yeah, lots of fun. And of course, Paul the Maker's wood dragon did sell last night, and
sell.
he donated 15%. But you can donate too. You can donate to the festival. It's right at the bottom there. And it really is important. Our artists, especially depending on where you live, may not have support. And so it goes a long way to making sure that happens. We're hearing from people all over the world, Cheryl.
Everywhere.
Our folks through Irish Music Magazine are tuned in, broadcasting, and it's a better time period for them today.
That's right. That's right. Shout out to everybody at Trad, at the Irish Music Magazine, Trad Ireland, for those that are listening, and all the musicians abroad who have visited Goderich and who are watching us now. Thank you guys so much.
Well, we are going to take a little tour down south, just outside of Chicago, Illinois, to DeKalb, and we're going to visit with Joe Jenks, who's going to do a live set.
That's right.
Is so rare to see in this kind of format. It's absolutely spectacular, but we could do that at the station.
Absolutely. Thank you to Mark and the guys.
Yeah.
Joe is coming to us live, not only for the interview, but he'll be doing his set live from his basement, I think.
Well, let's welcome Joe in. Let's bring him into the field. Joe, how are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks so much for having me. I am just thrilled to be a part of the Goderich Celtic Roots Festival. And I'm so sorry that we couldn't be all together in person this year, but this is really cool that this has come together this way, and I'm really honored to be a part of it.
Well, I have to tell you, your studio, your broadcast studio, you fashioned this just over the space of COVID, and it's kind of a bunker, if you will. I know you're safe down there, and you're trapped in with a fly, I understand.
Yeah, no, this is I'm stuck in this little musical bunker, otherwise known as a very small home studio. It's about 11 by 7, and it's just about 7 feet tall here. And I built this over the winter intending to record my next record here, which of course I'll still do. But then I got home from being I was out on tour when the COVID curtain fell, and I was out east, and then I got home from being in quarantine out east for 8 weeks. And I had about 24 hours to turn the studio space into a broadcast space for an event that I had committed to. So yeah, it's been fascinating. It took me a long time to get used to performing without being able to see an audience in front of me. But now it feels like my little hobbit hole down here. Like it just feels like my little space that's safe, and I'm surrounded by instruments. You can't see all of them, but I'm surrounded by instruments, and I just come in here and practice, and this remains a constant in a world that seems like it's ever shifting and in various stages of demonstrating the scientific idea of chaos theory. I step into this space, and everything in here is just serene and gentle and predictable, and so it is a musician's haven, I suppose.
Well, and the wonderful thing, of course, about being in a hobbit hole is second breakfast, Joe. So
indeed,
it doesn't
don't
get
forget
better than
11sies.
that.
Don't forget 11sies.
Yeah, it's exactly right. So you've created this wonderful little world down there, and you've been busy too. This has not kept you sort of out of touch with folks. You've been quite active.
I have. I've been singing all over. I had one weekend at the end of June where I had a Friday evening performance through an organization on Long Island in New York. I had a Saturday evening concert through an organization in Victoria, BC, the Getting Higher Choir in Victoria. Sunday morning, I was preaching and singing for a Unitarian church in Halifax, and then I popped down to San Antonio, Texas, to play some music for an event down there.
Just
and I
popped
thought,
down, did you?
this is as close to a Star Trek transporter as I'm ever going to get, to do Long Island to Victoria to Halifax to San Antonio, all in the span of about 48 hours. Was
Picard would be so proud of you right now. Picard would just be loving this.
Make it so.
Make it so. Joe, you would have been teaching harmony at the Celtic College this year, and of course you're renowned for your harmony, your classical style. Talk a bit about that and just sort of what's involved there. It's just such a unique gift.
Thank you. Well, I have to credit my older siblings. I'm the youngest of 7 children in my family of origin, and all of my siblings were singers. They are singers. So I was born in a household where there was just music. Singing was part of the fabric of our lives. We would sing while we were doing chores. We would sing around the campfire. We were all involved in different ensembles in school or at church. And, singing was just an integral part of the family culture. And I think, we get it from both sides. My dad was half Quebecois. His mother was from Quebec, and he grew up in rural Minnesota. And my uncle Louis played fiddle and was part of that tradition. And so singing was an integral part of that side of the family. And my mom, Kathleen Kilbride, was Irish. Her family originally from County Kildare, Athy. And singing was very much a part of that cultural tradition as well. So we got it from all sides. And, I had a household full of music teachers and my older siblings.
Isn't that fantastic?
Gift.
So a musical family, and we see so much of that, don't we, in sort of the Celtic culture? So many families that embrace it together and kind of grow up the next generation. It's lovely to see out there. Are you enthused by that?
I really am. And it was not until I started touring in Canada about 20 years ago that I really came in contact with the depth of this tradition in Canada. I knew it in my own family, and I knew it in little pockets in the States, but this is a tradition that really is pan-Canadian. And, the Celtic tree is a big one with many branches that spread out in different directions. And, it's just fascinating. From Cape Breton to Vancouver Island, you'll find really gifted artists that are in one form or another springing from the roots of that tree.
And it's amazing how it's all expressed so differently and uniquely. And of course, you put your own stamp and fingerprints on it too, which we're about to hear shortly in a couple minutes. If you were here with us right now, Joe, in Goderich, as we wished you were, what would you be most looking forward to right now?
Somewhere along the way, I would be sneaking out of town and going out to the lake and just walking along the lake. I grew up as a child spending a lot of time on Lake Superior and on Lake Michigan, and I've lived on Lake Erie. Lived in Cleveland for a while. My life seems to have been in one form or another a tour of the Great Lakes. And I remember the first time I came to Goderich, and a friend took me for a walk on a trail that was at a park on the lake, and these beautiful sand dunes and trees and all kinds of stuff. And so of course the music is the central hub of why we gather, but the whole Goderich area is absolutely beautiful, and I would make a point of spending some time in nature while I was there, because it would be such a waste to make the trip and not do so.
Well, we will count down until that next opportunity happens. And from one Great Laker to another, I'm looking forward to share it with Cheryl here, just to sit back. We're going to take this in live. We couldn't be more excited to sit back and do this with you. And thank you for curating a set, especially for the festival. So many of our artists have done that, and it's a unique thing to have done. So I'm going to put it over to you, and we're going to come back at the end and chat for a little bit more. And here we go. Joe Jenks, everyone.
Thanks so much for having me. This is I'm going to start out with a song that I wrote in honor of the Winnipeg General Strike. In 1919, the workers of Winnipeg went on strike and took over the city for almost 7 weeks. It was one of the most successful labor actions in the history of North America. And this is a song I wrote in honor of those folks. I was up there last year playing in Winnipeg on the 100th anniversary. It's called Winnipeg 1919. The year was 1919, and all around the world people started marching with their victory flag unfurled. We've shed our blood on battlefields fields, enslaved in deep dark mines. We rally to the banner, bread and roses, it's our time. Come gather, fellow workers, and raise your voices strong. We rise today in Winnipeg to sing our victory song. From Europe and to Canada, across the USA, we cry out for justice and for fair and equal pay. All sisters and brothers and all workers here unite. We strive for one big union and defend our common rights. Come gather, fellow workers, and raise your voices strong. We rise today in Winnipeg to sing our victory song. Halifax and Thunder Bay to the Fraser River shore, Seattle, San Francisco, and Chicago hear us roar. From Boston on to Dublin town are heard the people's cries. No more to drudge and idler when the workers organize. Come gather, fellow workers, and raise your voices strong. We rise today in Winnipeg to sing our victory song. Though some of us are born of means and others not a dime, we spend our lives in service to a cause we hold sublime. All laborers in commonwealth, now let our voices say that one way or another we will bring the greater day. Come gather, fellow workers, and raise your voices strong. We rise today in Winnipeg to sing our victory song. To Big Bill Haywood, Mother Jones, and Eugene Debs, along with Emma Goldman and Joe Hill and all the Reds, and all those fellow travelers who beckon to the call. An injury to one of us is an injury to all. Come gather, fellow workers, and raise your voices strong. We rise today in Winnipeg to sing our victory song. May not win our struggle here, but sure as hell we'll try. For the future of our children, we are steadfast by and by. It's only when our minds are joined with muscle we can stand and bring to birth a new world, arm in arm and hand in hand. Come gather, fellow workers, and raise your voices strong. Rise today in Winnipeg to sing our victory song. Come gather, fellow workers, and raise your voices strong. We rise today in Winnipeg to sing our victory song. We rise up all around the world and sing our freedom song. This next song is called The Coming of the Years, and it's one that I wrote while I was on tour in Ireland a few years back. I go over there every year on tour and go visit the ancestral homeland. I met some cousins last year that I'd never met before, and that was really lovely. And even though my people come from County Kildare and Athy, and I've done some research and traced them back to the late 1600s, early 1700s in Athy, which is pretty amazing because for a guy like me who lives a very itinerant life, the idea that my people were in one place for centuries is just sort of astonishing to me. But spite of that, I've also fallen in love with County Kerry. I tell you all those jokes out there about tuning banjos. A bouzouki is no joke either. This is called The Coming of the Years. When I first came here to wander these mountains, my heart was tattered and torn. Ever the rover and all the world over, no land ever felt like a home. But here in the crags and the bogs and the valleys, I found some measure of ease, where the song of the wind is as sweet to behold as the beautiful rose of Tralee. And it's high up and over the mountains of Kerry that I love so dear. I don't know when I will see you again in the coming of the years. Now I have been blessed to live a good life. I can count my friends by the score, and I have shared meals and moments of kindness. God willing, I'll know many more. But when the burden I've chosen to shoulder is more than I can stand, I find that my thoughts wander back up to Kerry, that rugged and beautiful land. And it's high up and over the mountains of Kerry that I love so dear. I don't know when I will see you again in the coming of the years. When I have traveled all of my journeys and sung all of my songs, when I have given the best that I have, righted most of my wrongs, then take me back to the place that I love. Let me gaze out over the sea. Take me back to the mountains of Kerry and let my spirit run free. And it's high up and over the mountains of Kerry that I love so dear. I don't know when I will see you again in the coming of the years. And it's high up and over the mountains of Kerry that I love so dear. I don't know when I will see you again in the coming of the years. I don't know when I will see you again in the coming of the years. I don't know when, but I'll see you again in the coming of the years. I'm going to switch instruments here. Bear with me for just a moment. This is an electric bouzouki, which is a punishable offense in some places, but it is an instrument that was made for me by my friend Baird Blaine. And Baird made this bouzouki as well. Neither of them really look like a bouzouki, but Baird built some amazing instruments. And this is a song written by a colleague and friend of mine, Luca Bloom. an Irishman writing about America. And I'll sing after that a song that I wrote about Ireland. It seems only fitting. City of Chicago, as the evening shadows fall, there are people dreaming of the hills of Donegal. '47 was the year it all began. Deadly pains of hunger drove 1 million from the land. They journeyed not for glory, their motive wasn't greed. A voyage of survival across a stormy sea. To the city of Chicago, as the evening shadows fall, there are people dreaming of the hills of Donegal. Some of them knew fortune, some of them knew fame. More of them knew hardship, they died upon the plain. They spread throughout the nation, they rode the railroad cars, brought their songs and music to ease their lonely hearts. The city of Chicago, as the evening shadows fall, there are people dreaming of the hills of Donegal. In the city of Chicago, as the evening shadows fall, there are people dreaming of the hills of Donegal, of the hills of Donegal, of the hills of Donegal. Again, that song written by Luca Bloom. And one more instrument change here. I'll be right back. This next song is one that I wrote just last summer when I was traveling over there in Ireland. And I really had a chance to dive deep in my own family history and learn a lot more about where my people came from. And in particular, I was curious about their experience of the Great Hunger, as it's called in Ireland. History books in various places, including in the United States, refer to it as the Great Famine. But a famine implies that there's no food. And that was not the case. There was plenty of food. For every aid ship that arrived in Ireland carrying food for the Irish, there were 6 ships leaving Ireland carrying food that had been grown in Ireland, but which the ethnic Irish were forbidden by law to eat. And so it's very clear that it was a failure of politics and the agenda of many people conspiring in the worst possible ways. And so I wrote this song to try and humanize that a little bit. It's called When the Moon Rises Over Skibbereen. By the banks of the island, the abbey story graves, 10,000 nameless lay. Their faces forgotten, their stories remain, to speak of unbearable pain. Their voices rise up as the wind breaks the silence, the trees all bear witness to shame. Light comes from nature, starvation from politics. Through history, it's always the same. When the moon rises over Skibbereen, the most melancholy moon I have seen, do you think she remembers the sorrow she's seen? When the moon rises over Skibbereen. 1845, potatoes first failed, but the people knew hard times before. So they pawned their belongings for food to survive. By late 1846, they were barely alive. Too weak from the fever and hunger and thirst to properly bury their dead. They were left by the roadside, dropped in the dirt, with hardly a prayer even said. When the moon rises over Skibbereen, the most melancholy moon I have seen, do you think she remembers the sorrow she's seen? When the moon rises over Skibbereen. And who takes the blame for a failure so grand? There's plenty of guilt to go round. By time it was known how bad it would get, thousands were laid in the ground, in the ground. Some say the workhouse and others the crown. Some say the landlord's to blame. But by the next world or the new world, 3 million were gone, and the country was forever changed. Now the land and her people are thriving today, but there's a weight on the hills and the glens, and it's left to the living to remember the famine and swear to it never again. When the moon rises over Skibbereen, the most melancholy moon I have seen, do you think she remembers the sorrow she's seen? When the moon rises over Skibbereen, when the moon rises over Skibbereen, the most melancholy moon I have seen, do you think she remembers the sorrow she seen when the moon rises over Skibbereen. When the moon rises over Skibbereen. I'm going to play one more song for you, and then I'll move on and let others have their turn in this amazing festival. Since 1993, the Goderich Celtic Roots Festival has been bringing the finest in music that flows downstream from Ireland, Scotland, Wales, Cape Breton, Brittany, and from other Celtic cultures, combining world-class performances with educational opportunities through the Goderich Celtic College. This community has been uniquely instrumental in a renewal of interest in traditional musical styles, as well as recognizing this big tent that we call Celtic music has many different branches, and all of them are equally valid and connected to the roots of the tree. So I want to give a huge shout out to the Goderich Celtic Roots Festival, to all of the volunteers, all of the people who've worked so hard to make this happen, and a special shout out to Cheryl Prashker and to Mark Hussey and Faux Pas Media, and Faux Pop, that is, not Faux Pas, to be clear, enunciation matters in this case, Faux Pop Media. And of course the Goderich Celtic Folk Society. Thanks so much for all of the work all of you have done to pull this together. Those of you out in YouTube land, be sure and make donations and support the festival so that we can all gather together next year and have an in-person festival. I look forward to meeting so many of you for the first time and seeing so many of you again that I've known for years. I wrote this song on my very first tour in Ireland in 2007. It's called On Erin's Shore. But I do need a different pick for it. As a stranger from across the sea I roam. I have come here as a prodigal child who is ready to come home from the hills of Connemara to the McGillicuddy reeks. Oh, this verdant land, she calls to me, ever softly does she speak, and I will give to her the song I sing, as so many times before. But the one who holds my truest heart, she lies far from Erin's shore. Oh, they're dancing down in Doolin as the band begin to play. But my thoughts, they are a-wandering to a place so far away, to a woman who is waiting, and I own my soul is torn between this country I would call my own and the one where I was born. And I will give to her the song I sing, as
many times before, but the one who holds my truest heart, she lies far from Erin's shore. As I turn toward the Atlantic at the setting of the sun, I would have her here beside me now, that our lives might be as one. All our days would know such beauty, and our sorrow be no more, and our love would find fulfillment here as we stand on Erin's shore. Then I will give to her the song I sing, as so many times before, but with hearts no longer torn apart, we would stand on Erin's shore. Yes, with hearts no longer torn apart, we would stand on Erin's shore, hand in hand on Erin's shore.
Wow. Wow, Joe. I feel like, Cheryl, I feel like I just had a spiritual awakening.
I mean, first of all, yeah.
Wow. Like I'm a better person. I feel like Joe made me a better person.
Well,
I don't know.
I got to say, Joe, Roz was crushing a little bit on you
I
there.
did a little bit.
During the set. I cannot tell a lie.
I have a crush list that I'm building over this weekend, Joe, and you're rising to the top of it. And I'm so thrilled the fly didn't get the better of you.
Yeah. You would think that playing a festival from my basement that I could avoid having bugs in my face, but inevitably it's hot and there's bugs that are, like dive bombing me even in my home studio. It's apparently just inspiring that festival spirit.
Yay,
A fly's got to eat. A fly's got to eat too, right?
Listen, you had a lot of shout outs from all our friends who are digging you and enjoying your set. Thank you for putting such a beautiful set together. I know that you chose songs, you just chose them beautifully. So I can't even.
I got chills. I got little chill bumps.
Yeah,
yeah.
We were bopping.
It's not COVID. It's chill bumps.
Yeah, chill bumps.
Yeah, it's
thank
not a
you,
symptom.
thank you. I know this was a lot of work to put together, and it's stressful, and there's a lot going on, and there's people pushing buttons and things, but it was just perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. I really am honored to be a part of this year's Goderich Celtic Roots Festival, and I'm so looking forward to being with you all next year. Thanks for all of the work that everybody's putting in on that end. And Mark Hussey, thanks again for all your technical support, your whole team. Cheryl, thank you, and all the volunteers. Thank you all so much.
You better believe
we
it.
wish you well, and soon again we will see you. Take care,
Indeed.
Joe. Bye-bye.
Take care, Joe.
Be safe. Be
You
well.
too.
Keep singing.
You too.
Wow, everyone. Joe Jenks, and of course you can go to his website and purchase music there, which it does help the artist as well as donating. Hey, Cheryl, I was thinking some people might not be comfortable donating online. Do we have alternatives?
Yes, as a matter of fact, actually that's a good point to bring up. If you are not comfortable using a credit card online or paying with PayPal or Visa through PayPal, you can actually call us right now. Like good old-fashioned radiothon or telethon, we've got Liesl sitting by the phone, and she's waiting for it to ring the old-fashioned way. And the number is 519-524, 524-8221. So 519-524-8221. and Lisa will pick up the phone and you can have a chat with her personally. Or maybe one of us will pick up the
You
phone
never
during
know.
the next set.
We're that ambidextrous. I don't think that's the right term for that, but
Absolutely.
that's fine. Cheryl, coming up, we have one of the fave groups around there, and mostly people, when they say Cherish the Ladies, you think they're talking about you and I, but it's just not so.
Speaking of which, can I tell you something? And I hate to keep bringing Liam up, but Liam has a shout out, and I was sent a picture of Liam, and he's waving, and you're in the picture, and he was waving, and he's saying, "Hi, Cheryl's friend."
Oh, I'm Cheryl's friend. What an honor.
Isn't that
I've
awesome?
really risen in the world. That's great.
So I had to put that out there.
I'm putting Liam on my crush list.
There you stand in line, girlfriend.
Okay, well, I'll fight you for him.
All right, fair enough.
Actually, you can have him. You're closer.
We are so lucky to have the next group coming up because they've never actually been to the Goderich Celtic Festival, although I believe there were times where it might have worked and schedule and things like that. But they've been looking forward to coming here for so long, and this is a band that is no stranger to anybody. Everybody seems to know the group one way or another. They've been together for 30 years. This was going to be their 30th anniversary party, and I have a funny feeling, especially with Joni in the group, there would have been some partying going on at the Park House.
Yeah, this one is special, and of course everyone across the world knows them. So for all our friends streaming in from Irish Music Magazine, you're going to recognize this group, you're going to love this group, as you already do. And down in, one of our folks behind the scenes here, Dylan, is from Australia, and he knows the group well too because they're known everywhere. So this is one
cool.
that is pretty cool. So Cherish the Ladies. You and I can just sit back for a bit and just cherish
Enjoy.
ourselves. Yeah,
Yep,
here we go.
enjoy.
Cherish the Ladies, everyone.
Cherish Hello, everybody, and Goderich. I'm Joni Madden, and I'm here along with my fellow cohorts in Cherish the Ladies. And can I tell you how disappointed we are that we're now making our way to Ontario and the first time performing at the wonderful Goderich Celtic Festival? We've been hearing about this festival for years and years and years, and we're missing it. Anyway, we were looking forward to teaching and having a whole week of getting to know the area and see the beautiful lake and meeting all the wonderful people. But we will do it again in 2021. So thrilled that we're invited back. Anyway, we're going to play a few tunes and a few songs for you and a bit of dancing, and we hope you'll enjoy it. But anyway, I'm Joni Madden, and I play the flute and the whistle, and I sing harmony vocals in the band.
Hi, everybody. I'm Mary Coogan, and I play guitar and a little bit of banjo and mandolin sometimes with the band. And
Where are you from?
Next to Nola. I am from Yonkers, New York, and I have the great honor of sitting next to Nola Casey most of the time, our fiddle player.
Hi, everybody. I'm Nola Casey, fiddle player with Cherish the Ladies. I come from West Cork, and I was very much looking forward to coming to the Goderich Festival. I've never been there. Hopefully, we'll make it in 2021. And I'll hand you over to Marilla Murray.
Hello there, my name is Marilla Murray. I'm from Connemara in County Galway, and I play the piano accordion with Cherish the Ladies, and I was so excited about getting to Goderich. I hear it's an absolute beautiful place and the festival is wonderful. So anyway, there's next year. So I'm going to hand you over now to Kathleen Boyle.
Hi everyone, I'm Kathleen Boyle. I'm from Glasgow, Scotland. I play piano with Cherish the Ladies, and I was very, very excited to be coming to Goderich Festival. I've heard lots of great things about the festival from all my Scottish musician friends who have played there before. So hopefully we'll see you next year in 2021. And I sit in the band right behind our fabulous singer, Kate Purcell. So I'll hand you to Kate now.
Hello everybody, I'm Kate Purcell. I'm from Tulla in the west of Ireland, and I've never been to Canada ever in my life. So I was really looking forward to getting there, and especially Ontario and to Goderich, and it's a big disappointment to not get there this year, but we'll get there next year, and really looking forward to that. So onwards and upwards, positive thinking.
Well, folks, with all the lockdown, as you can tell, I'm in New York, and Mary's along with Mary, and we have Marilla in County Galway, and Kate's in County Clare, KT's in Glasgow, and Nulloch. Where are you, Nulloch?
I'm actually in Tyrone at the moment.
In County Tyrone. So we're all over the place. So we're going to try and record a couple of tracks for you. We're going to start off with a set of tunes off an album we did called Woman of the House. These are two traditional tunes. The first one is called, what's it called again? The Rascal in the Haystack, followed up by a lovely old tune called The Jolly Seven. And the third tune is a tune that I composed. It's in an awkward key of B flat, but we called it Bonkers in Yonkers. So anyway, we're going to give you a little taste of our music, because many of you probably never heard of us before. But anyway, here we are, the best we could do virtually, Bonkers in Yonkers set. hope you enjoyed those couple of reels, folks. Another festival that we love to do that has also been shut down virtually is the Catskill Irish Arts Week festival. And myself and Morella were heading off towards Buffalo following the festival, and I was inspired by seeing the beautiful mountains, purple mountain majesty, as the song says. And I wrote this little waltz humming down the road, and Morella loved it. You said it was just as nice as Connemara, right, Morella?
No. Connemara is nicer. I'm only joking.
Anyway, I hope you enjoy this waltz that we wrote. It's called Farewell to the Catskills. So there you go, folks, a little waltz. I hope you're waltzing wherever you are, and we hope you're being very safe and wearing your mask and wearing your gloves and making sure to wash those hands because we all want to get back. This pandemic and this coronavirus has certainly put a pause on the celebration of our 35 years Since many of you probably have never seen us before, maybe never heard of us, we don't get to Canada as often as we'd like to. We are celebrating 35 years, and we got together originally to do 3 concerts. And it was an idea of the wonderful banjo player, our great friend from Limerick, Dr. Mick Maloney, who thought it would have been a great idea to do a concert series featuring women for so many decades. Was basically the men kind of played the music and women were kind of in the kitchen or taking care of the babies. And he thought, seeing the celebration and the rise of women playing music, that a concert series was in order. And we got together to do these 3 concerts. And I suggested the title "Cherish the Ladies," the name of a jig that. Never thinking it would be the name of the band, but anyway, here we are, 17 albums later, and 35 years of traveling and touring under our belts. But anyway, this Zoom thing, we've all been forced to think outside the box and do stuff that's not normal. But in celebration of Mother's Day in America and Canada, we recorded a Zoom song, our first virtual song that we recorded. And we did a beautiful song called "A Mother's Love is a Blessing," and it features the singing of the wonderful Kate Purcell. Kate, what do you think?
Oh, it's such a beautiful old song, and it was written by a man called Thomas Keenan from Cork. I'm not actually sure what date, because I don't think the annals go back that far, but it's a beautiful old song, and it was made very, very popular by Bridie Gallagher. She recorded it around the 1950s. And it's kind of been one of those, the old stalwarts going through the ages since the 1950s, and everybody has sang it, and it's a kind of a heartbreaker. So it's one of those ones that get you, and about all our mothers. We all know what our mothers mean to us. So it's just one of those songs. So delighted to have sang it with "Cherish the Ladies," and a lovely version of it, and we had a lovely time. All the comments that came in from God knows, I don't know how many comments came in, Joni. I don't know how many views, 70,000 or something.
75,000, yep.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. So, yeah, so it was one of those things, it was just such a beautiful old song. It goes back a long, long time, and it still rings true.
True. Well, anyway, here you go, folks. We're going to run this for you now. "A Mother's Love's a Blessing." And our mother's photos are intertwined, and it's very poignant to all of us, and I'm sure it's poignant to you. So again, a classic that every child in Ireland had to learn, and it's so true of Song of Our Mothers. Hope you enjoyed "A Mother's Love is a Blessing."
1, 2, 3, 4. An Irish boy was leaving his native home, crossing the broad Atlantic. Once more he wished to roam, and as he was leaving his mother, but standing on the quay, he threw his arms around her waist, and this to her did say, "A mother's love's a blessing, no matter where you roam. Keep her while she's living, you miss her when she's gone. Love her as in childhood, feeble old and gray, for you'll never miss a mother's love till she's buried beneath the clay. And as the years grow onward, I settle down in life, and I'll choose a nice young colleen, and I'll take her for my wife. And as the children grow older, they play around my knee, and I'll teach them the very same lesson that my mother taught to me. A mother's love is a blessing, no matter where you roam. Keep her while she's living. You miss her when she's gone. Love her as in childhood, and feeble old and gray, for you'll never miss a mother's love till she's buried beneath clay. For you'll never miss a mother's love till she's buried beneath.
We're so excited to have our brand new album, Heart of the Home. And what's wonderful about the album is that we kind of feature everybody. And we're going to have Kathleen Boyle play one of her tunes, The Murphy Boys. And it's a tune, a kind of a jiggy tempo that she wrote. And we put it together with a tune composed by Turlough O'Carolan. And he wrote this in 1723. It's called Planxty Baptist Johnston. And a Planxty means in praise of or in honor of. So he was the sheriff of the town in 1723, and these are two tunes that we put together, and it features Kathleen Boyle on piano. Well, I hope you enjoyed the blast of reels there, folks. You know, another tune that we recorded virtually for Facebook and for Zoom is the classic song by Phil Coulter called "The Old Man." And Phil Coulter is from Derry and has written and composed some of the most famous Irish songs in history and have been covered by so many artists. But this song struck a chord in all of us because it's the story of a father passing his music down to his son. But in the case of Cherish the Ladies, we all come from musical families. All of the music that we play, our dads were all great musicians, and our moms, whatever, they passed the musics, the songs, the stories down to us, and it was the greatest gift they could have ever given us. And I reached out to Phil Coulter and I asked him would he give us permission to do his beautiful song, and I was so happy that he gave us permission. But we featured again Kate Purcell, and all of our dads are also pictured inside this song, and it just kind of shows you where we all come from. And I know, Kate, your dad's a fantastic singer too, right?
Yes, he is. Yeah, he's 97 years of age, and he lives alone and he drives alone, and the lockdown hasn't been easy on people who are of that age or of an older age group. But he has done very well, and it's just lovely. It's just lovely to sing a song like this. I know it's of a father's passing, but it's of a father's life as well. So it's just a lovely song to sing, and I really enjoyed singing it, and such a privilege to be able to sing Phil Coulter's beautiful melody.
Here you go, folks. Hope you enjoy our Father's Day special that we did, and it's called "The Old Man."
Tears have all been shed now. We've said our last goodbyes. His soul's been blessed, he's laid to rest. But it's now I feel alone. He was more than just a father, a teacher, my best friend. Can still be heard in the tunes we shared when we play them on our own. And I never will forget him, for he made me what I am. Though he may be gone, memories linger on. And I miss him, the old man. As a child he'd take me walking by mountain, field and stream. And he showed me things not known to kings, and secrets between him and me, like the colors of a pheasant as he rises in the dawn, and how to fish and make a wish beside the holly tree. And I never will forget him, for he made me what I am. Though he may be gone, memories linger on. And I miss him, the old man. he'd live forever. He seemed so big and strong. But the minutes fly and the years roll by for a father and a son. And suddenly when it happened, there was so much left unsaid. No second chance to tell him thanks for everything he had done. I never will forget him. He made me what I am. Though he may be gone, memories linger on. And I miss him, the old man.
Well, now I hope you enjoyed that beautiful song of Phil Coulter's "The Old Man," and very special to all of us having our dads in that video with us. So, what are we go? Where are we going to go next? What will we do next, Nulik?
We're going to play a set of three very old traditional jigs that we got from some collections from the 1800s. The first tune comes from what's called the Levy collection from the mid 1800s, but the tune is older. The tune comes from the late 1700s. And the second tune is called Farewell to the Troubles, and we got that from a very famous Joyce collection, which was collected towards the end of the 1800s. And then the last tune, oh God, I can't remember. What's the name of the last tune, Joni?
A jig?
Maloney's
jig.
Maloney's jig. Yeah, and that also comes from the Joyce collection.
Well, there you go. So, folks, we always love to go back in time and feature tunes that have been long forgotten. And these three tunes are, again, we put together, again, from our album, Heart of the Home. And the middle one is called Farewell to the Troubles of the World from the 1800s. We didn't know the troubles of the world that we'd be in right now. And again, we're wishing you the best as we get through all this pandemic. And we hope you're enjoying our virtual concert for you right now. Here we go. Hope you enjoy this set of tunes from home. Farewell to the troubles of the world. Well, we're going to leave you and love you with one more set of tunes. But again, we were so looking forward to working with our great friend, Cheryl Prashkar. She has joined us on many, many concerts, your new director, and she's a fantastic woman. And again, our hearts are broken that we're not in Ontario and getting to visit with you all and meet you all. But we look for happier days ahead when we get through this pandemic and there's a vaccine and we can all be together to play and sing and have sessions and the crack, as they say. But anyway, from Nulla Casey on the fiddle, and she's in County Tyrone, and again, Kathleen Boyle all the way from Glasgow in Scotland, Kate Purcell from Tulla in County Clare, Morella Murray from Connemara in County Galway, Mary Coogan on guitar from Yonkers, New York, and I'm Joni Madden. We're going to love you and leave you from New York, I am as well, for the first tune I ever composed, and it's a jig called The Cat's Meow, and it's joined by a slew of dancers, and we will hopefully kick up our heels when we all get together and celebrate the fantastic Goderich Celtic Festival in 2021. So stay safe, folks, and we'll see you soon. Thank you very much for having us, and stay safe. Bye-bye.
Well, I love to write a few tunes, and this is the first tune that I ever composed. It's a jig I wrote called The Cat's Meow, after the cat lady of the Bronx. She had 200 cats lived around the corner, and when those cats got together for their soirees, nobody got any sleep. But anyway, this is the one that came about. Hope you like it. What?
Hi, I'm Eve Goldberg, and I'm back for another ukulele lesson on the song I'm Thinking Tonight of My Blue Eyes. You can download the words and chords at my website at evegoldberg.com/Celtic-Fest-2020. So we've got our boom chuck strum, and some of us are practicing the variations to the boom chuck strum. We've got the 3 chords. Everything's going great. There's a little extra that I want to add that you may or may not be ready for. If you're not ready for it, don't worry about it. Just keep going the way you're going. But if you are ready for a little extra challenge, we're going to refine a little bit the notes that we're plucking with our thumb when we play each chord. Normally in this style of music, the bass player is playing something similar to the rhythm that we're playing right now with our thumb. And usually what we hear when the chords change is the first note that we hear is usually the note that's the name of the chord or the root note of the chord. So if we're playing a C chord, we usually hear a C note first. If we're playing an F chord, we usually hear an F note first. And if we're playing a G chord, we usually hear a G note first. And that's just a little thing that kind of orients our ears as we're listening to this song. It's very subtle and unconscious, but it can make this song sound a little more rooted and solid if you're able to do this. So when we play our C chord, our C note, we have a couple of C notes actually, but one of the C notes that we're playing is on the 3rd string. It's this string here. So we want to aim to play that first instead of what we've been doing so far is playing the 4th string first. So when we play our C chord, instead of playing 4, 3, 4, 3, we're going to reverse that and we're going to play 3, 4, 3, 4. So it would sound like this. 3rd string, 4th string, 3rd string, 4th string. So that's a little bit more what we're used to hearing. The other way totally works, but it's not as conventional. So that's what our C chord would sound like. Our F chord looks like this, and our F note is up here on the 2nd string, so we would want to hear that one first. And so what I usually do is play 2nd string, strum, 3rd string, strum, 2, 3, 2, 3, and that gives us, again, a more conventional sound, sort of the sound we're more used to hearing in this style of music. And then on our G chord, we want to hear a G note first, and it turns out that the G note is on the 4th string, where we've already been starting. So the G doesn't change at all. We still play 4th string, 3rd string, 4th string, 3rd string. So if we put that all together and play a little bit of the song, it would sound like this with our specific bass notes that we're after. A 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Oh, I'm thinking tonight of my blue eyes. Who is sailing far over the sea? Oh, I'm thinking tonight of my blue eyes. And I wonder if he ever thinks of me. And so on. So you can practice trying to be more specific with your bass notes. You can, if you need to, you can go back to just the regular boom, chuck, so you're not trying to do too many things at once and just focus on those bass notes. I call them bass notes, even though on the ukulele they're a little bit high. So that's our lesson for this time. I'll be back with another lesson soon. Have fun with the song, and we'll see you next time.
Okay, Cheryl, all I have to say is meow. Cats meow jig. Was
Are
that
we
incredible?
talking about Cherish the Ladies?
Yes.
What a set.
Wow.
What
And
a
they've
beautiful
played
set.
with everybody, haven't they?
How long have they been together?
How long have they been together? You know, can I just say that we know that the camera adds 10 pounds, and it also, little known fact, adds 5 years to a band's longevity. So they're celebrating 35.
Celebrating 35 years
35.
together. I know it started off as a one-off concert or 3 concerts and turned into 35 years of incredible music.
And they're renowned for ending with the best step dancers, like from across the world. And you know, here we're very fond of that because our very own Shaughnessy Sinnott danced with Riverdance.
That's right.
And so I always think of her. And how fun were they at
Amazing.
the end of that?
What a blessing.
Wow, it was incredible.
Hope you guys enjoyed it. If you enjoyed it, we want to be able to pay all our musicians. So maybe get those phones going. I kind of feel like a little bit of a
You've
pledge.
got some good news. You got some good news.
I do have some kind of
Why
cool
don't you share
news.
that?
So we have an anonymous donor, a longtime college student, who messaged in and said that they would match a donation up to $500 if we get that coming in the next little while. So folks,
we can make that happen.
Yeah, you can call us.
Make that happen.
I mean, we're manning a phone, actually, literally manning the phone at 519-524-8221, or go to the website, goderichceltic.ca or celticfest.ca, and then hit the donate button.
You know, it's a treat sitting next to Cheryl because I see her just kind of go pop up, and she gets all this energy because she's getting all the incoming messages. She's getting incoming messages from all the watch parties out there. So thank you for sharing that. And you're also getting some incoming from people streaming this.
Yeah, so we have some wonderful, amazing folks out there who are helping us stream live. I just want to give a big shout out and a big hug and kiss to a good friend from the States, Ron Olesko. Ron, you've just been a gem through all of this in wanting to help out. You have the audio running through your folk music notebook, 24-hour radio streaming online app. And so you've also put the video up, so people are watching from there. So all my friends back in the States, thank you so much, Ron. And also to Gary and Judy from Ontario Festivals Visited. They're also streaming and sharing the stream. And if you want to know anything about visiting Ontario, just check out Ontario Visited.
Yeah, and people, tens of thousands are watching this live, and many more will watch it after the fact, and all over the world again, including Canada South, which of course you know is the States.
That's right.
But we like to say that.
Yeah.
So coming up next, we have another great set. We have the hometown band, a hometown favorite, Reynolds, Robinson, and Lodge. They're back for another small set. And Eve is going to finish up 2 uke lessons, right?
That's right. Get your ukes out, folks. Eve's going to be back, and
People are falling in love with the ukulele.
There's no doubt. I mean, we're not the only festival that loves the uke, and we hope to have Eve back to teach at the college as she's done in the past, so yeah.
I'm going to do a shout out to the Bayfield Ukulele Society down my way. They are over 100 members strong, and they play far, they do gigs, you name it. They are something to be admired.
Do you play ukulele?
I'm learning the ukulele.
Yay!
Again, grade 8 and back at it. So I've got my
Awesome.
little tenor uke that I bought at Ernie's, Ernie King's.
Can we shout out to Jamie?
Would you? Should you?
Absolutely. Jamie Wallace, you know, you are also a sweetheart at Ernie King's Music right here in Goderich, helped the Park House set up for their live stream. So another shout out to the Park House, because I think everybody's watching live at the Park House, and we may be, little known secret, don't tell anybody.
Yeah.
We may head over there after this is over.
Wow. Well, one other person in the set that I'm really excited about, we saw her a little bit yesterday, was Shane Cook, and that's Emily Flack.
Oh, perfect.
Isn't she lovely? And she, of course, comes from a great legacy of the Leahy group.
That's right.
That's her aunts and uncles, right?
Yep, absolutely. Yeah. If not her mom.
Yeah, and her mom, the whole bit.
Yeah.
And she is a spitting image, and her voice is just like melting butter. It's just beautiful.
For those who don't know Emily Flack, you will once you see the set.
You'll fall in love.
Yeah,
You'll fall in love.
Enjoy that.
Yeah, up and comer, and she won the award last year at the festival.
That's right. She was the Young Traditional Bearer Award that we gave to her, and we had her here, and it was just a real treat because normally she's, you know, accompanying other people, teaching piano, but this was her own music, and it was very special to have her.
Well, let's sit back and take this set in, and then we have still some big names coming to you after that, and we'll reconnect in a little bit. But let's go hear from Reynolds, Robinson, and Lodge.
The next piece is called 3 Hour Cruise, and it's a piece that came about with my brother's sailboat. Anybody who lives in the Goderich area knows that we have the Maitland River that goes into Lake Huron, and it causes quite a bit of disturbance in the mouth of the river. So going out, it's interesting, let's put it that way. Anyways, this is a piece that came out of that, called 3 Hour Cruise.
So this next tune is called Butterhill Run. It came about a couple of years ago while the three of us, Warren and Mike and I, were playing as part of the pit band for a play up north of Goderich at a little church village called Kingsbridge. And Warren had written a play that was being performed there. Mike and I and Warren were all in the pit band for it. And while we were biding time in the parking lot between rehearsals and breaks and whatnot, Mike started noodling around and I joined in, and this song ultimately came out of it. It's called Butterhill Run.
Hi, I'm Eve Goldberg, and I'm back for another lesson on the song I'm Thinking Tonight of My Blue Eyes. Just a reminder, you can download the materials at my website at evegoldberg.com/Celtic-Fest-2020. So we've done a whole bunch of things with this song. We've got bass notes going. We've got the different strumming patterns. There's one last thing that I'm going to show you that's really a pretty advanced sort of thing. So if you're not ready to add this, that's fine. But we can, now that some of us have the specific bass notes, we can add some runs that go between those notes that kind of help connect one chord to another. So I'm just going to play a little bit so you can hear what that sounds like. So I'll do the run from C to F, and it sounds like this. So I'll just show you what those notes were. There were some extra notes there. And basically what happens is, before we had that little run, we played the boom chuck 4 times. But the run is going to take the place of one of those boom chucks. So we'll play 3 boom chucks and then a few notes, and then we'll be on our F chord. So the 2 notes that we're going to add in between our C and our F chord are the 2nd fret of the 3rd string, which is a D note, and our open 2nd string, which is an E note. So we're going to play D, E, and then we're going to play our first boom chuck on the F chord, which is the F note. So really we're playing 3 notes in a row, D, E, F. And so it sort of leads into that F chord. So we play 3 boom chucks on the C, and then the run to our F chord. So it sounds like this. 1, 2, 3, and here comes the run. And what we just did gets sort of dropped into the song just like we just played it. So you might want to practice that a bunch. You could make yourself a little practice loop where you play the C 3 times, the run to the F, and then play 4 bass notes on the F and go back to your C and play the run again. And you can practice that on your own to improve on that. So when we play the song, it would go something like, oh, I'm thinking tonight of my blue eyes. So again, it takes the place of the last boom chuck that we would have played on the C chord. So that's the C to the F run. I'm going to show you the F to the G run, which it's going to have the same rhythm. So we're going to play 3 boom chucks on the F. So say we got to our F and we'd play 1, 2, 3, and then we play, and then we're on our boom chuck for the G chord. So the 2 notes are, this time we're starting right on the F note, right on the note that we're already playing in the F chord on the 2nd string, which is the F note. So that 2nd string, 1st fret, 2nd string, 2nd fret, and then we're going to play our open 4th string. So, and that's the beginning of our G boom chuck. So if we you want to practice that a little bit, but if we back that up a little bit, we're starting from our F chord, and we're going to play 3 boom chucks on the F, and then our run. So it sounds like this. 1, 2, 3, and then our run. And again, you can make yourself a little practice loop by playing 3 boom chucks on the F, the run to G, and 4 times on the G, and then back to your F, and just loop that around a bunch of times. So that's our F to G run, and it comes in We've just sung, oh, I'm thinking tonight of my blue eyes. Who is sailing far over the sea? So that's where that fits in. Again, 3 boom chucks on the F and then the run. So you can practice that. And I'm finally going to show you the run from G to C. So from G to C, we're playing these notes. And we're going to, if we had a lower note on the ukulele, we could play something different. If you have the low G, there's a different option. But if you've got a standard tuned ukulele with the high G on the top, the best option is to play 2nd string open, 3rd string 2nd fret, and then the open 3rd string, and that's the beginning of your boom chuck on the C. So it's and that comes after 3 boom chucks on the G. So it's 1, 2, 3. So hopefully that makes some sense. That's the 3 runs that we can put into this song if you're ready for it. And if you're not, you can just stick with some of the other skills that we've been working on. So I'm going to play a little bit of the song with all of those runs in there. You might want to practice just one of the runs at a time. So one time through, just practice the C to F run. One time through, just practice the G to C run. One time through, just practice the F to G run. Whatever works for you, but don't feel like you have to do them all at once. It really helps when you're learning to just focus on one skill. So here we go. I'll play a little bit of one of the verses with the runs. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Oh, you told me once, dear, that you love me. You swore that we never would part, but a link in the chain has been broken, leaving me with a sad So there's one time through one of the verses with all of those runs. So have fun practicing that. And in the next lesson, which is the last one, we'll play through the whole song with whatever you've been working on up to now.
Hi Goderich, it's Emily Jean Flack here. I'm up at my cottage in the Ottawa Valley, about to play you some of my songs. Would have loved to be down in Goderich performing live. We'll be there again soon, but it's just a thrill to be able to be here and share music virtually. And I really do have to say Goderich has been such an immense part of my musical journey. The crew there, everybody there has been so warm, welcoming, and supportive. And so, yeah, thank you so much. I'm so happy I can be a part of this. And here's to an evening of amazing, amazing music. Thanks so much and love life.
Lost in a faded picture of black and white. Tell me the story that's in their eyes. What are they saying? before we were taking. Oh, we're all throwing shapes, making great escapes, rolling back these tapes, and dancing in color. We're dancing in color. Oh, yeah. Da-da-dee-da. Da-da-dee-da-da-dee-da-da-dee-da. Oh, yeah. Da-da-dee-da-da. Da-da-dee-da-da-dee-da-da-dee-da. We're all throwing shapes, making great escapes, rolling back these tapes, and dancing in color. We're dancing in color. We're dancing in color. We're dancing in
Right then, so I'm going to sing one of my favorite traditional folk songs now. It's by the absolutely brilliant Paul Brady. I'm sure many of you know of him. And yeah, I learned this song when I first moved to Ireland and really started to dig into his music, and I just have loved it, and it's stayed with me ever since. So yeah, this is Mary and the Soldier.
Come on, you lads of high renown, that would hear of the fair young maiden, and she rode out on a summer's day, for to view the soldiers parading. They march so bold and they look so gay. Their color is flying and the bands did play, and it caused young Mary for to say, I will wed my gallant soldier. She viewed the soldiers on parade, and as they stood at their leisure, oh, Mary to herself did say, at last I found me treasure, but oh, how cruel my parents must be, to banish my true love so far from me. Well, I'll leave them all and I'll go with thee. Oh, me brave and daunted soldier. Oh, Mary dear, your parents' love, I pray don't be unruly, for when you're in a foreign land, believe me, you're ruined surely. Perhaps in battle I might fall from a shot from an angry cannonball, and you so far from your daddy's hall. Be advised, my gallant soldier. I have 50 guineas in bright gold, and sure a heart that's bolder, and I will leave them all and go with you. Me bold and daunted
So this next song here, it's another one of mine. It's on the EP, Throwing Shapes. And it just kind of speaks to the idea of the power of words, and one word even, the power of just one word. And I wrote it with some really great friends of mine in Belfast, Ireland, and really pushed kind of that lyrical idea, and kind of, in the end, wrote the song from the perspective of that word, whatever that word is. So anyway, hope you enjoy.
One word will have 1,000 different reasons, 1,000 different feelings. Oh, make believe, and one word will make you laugh when you see it, cry when you need it. Oh, make you wanna mean it. And I've heard that cannonball. I've watched lovers fall with one word to say it all. One word will make you wonder what you're doing, make you wonder why you're losing. Oh, you ain't losing. One word, so simple and unspoken, rips your heart wide open, makes you come alive. And I cast the stone, and I whispered, love alone with one word, it'll be your own. And I will softly say, I will take your breath away. I will hear you call, and I'll catch you
Hi, I'm Eve Goldberg, and I'm back for the last ukulele lesson of the weekend. I hope you've been enjoying working on I'm Thinking Tonight of My Blue Eyes. The skills we've been learning to play the song are skills that you can use for any song that you're playing. So that boom chuck strum, you can use any song in 4/4 time with any chord, and especially if you just use that 4th string, 3rd string. If you want to get more nuanced and find the right bass note for each chord, you'd want to find out where the note is. That's the root note of the chord, and that's the only thing you need. And then the second bass note is whatever you choose. Usually I just pick a string that's next to the string that I'm already playing. So you can have fun with all of those skills, using them on different songs. And just to end things off, we're going to play the whole song together, and you can play with whatever skill level you're up to right now with the song. So we could even go right back to the beginning and play with just that simple down strum on every beat. You can use the boom chuck strum with the 4th and 3rd strings, or pick your specific bass notes. You can use the variations on the boom chuck strum. And if you want to do the super duper version, you can be playing some of the runs. You'll notice when I play, I sometimes play some runs and sometimes other runs. Sometimes I vary my strum. Sometimes I do the same strum every time. You can kind of pick and choose while you're playing the song which things to do, and you don't have to do everything all the time. It just adds a little bit of variety to the song to pick and choose different things to play with the song. So here we go. Here's the whole song, I'm Thinking Tonight of My Blue Eyes. Thanks for hanging out with me. It's been really fun doing this, and I look forward to the chance to play music with you in person next year. Have a great rest of the weekend, and thank you to the Goderich Celtic Festival for making this possible. And take care, stay safe, everybody. And here we go. I'm Thinking Tonight of My Blue Eyes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Oh, I'm thinking tonight of my blue eyes. Who is sailing far over the sea? Oh, I'm thinking tonight of my blue eyes. And leaving me with a sad and aching heart. Oh, I'm thinking tonight of my blue eyes, who is sailing far over the sea. Oh, I'm thinking tonight of my blue eyes, and I wonder, will he ever think of me when the cold, cold grave shall enclose me? Will you come, dear, and shed just one tear, and say to the strangers around you, a poor heart you have broken lies here. Oh, I'm thinking tonight of my blue eyes, who is sailing far over the sea. Oh, I'm thinking tonight of my blue eyes, and I wonder if he ever thinks of me. And we're going to repeat the last line. And I wonder if he ever thinks of me. There you go. There's I'm Thinking Tonight of My Blue Eyes. Thanks for playing ukulele with me this weekend, and see you soon. I'm Eve Goldberg. Take care, everybody.
Cheryl, we have so much to talk about. First off, can I just say, Emily Flack, it's like she unpacks these notes and then she takes them for a ride and you don't know where you're going. That was wow factor.
Butter? Did you say butter?
Melted down, unbelievable, that Emily Flack factor.
I've been getting text messages and Facebook messages. Who is that? And more Emily. So
more
thank you,
Emily.
Emily.
I agree.
More
I
Emily.
agree. And you know, again, Leahy legacy.
Right.
What a great family that she heralds from, and the whole family's so talented. And you can see where she's just taking the next generation forward with it as well. I think we're going to see a lot more of her. She's a rising star, isn't she?
I think so. Yep. I think so. We have some good news, though.
Tell me.
So in exactly 1 hour, since the push went out to from a donor who said she would match a $500 pledge, so we actually, it took only an hour, and we hit that $500 in actually less than an hour. We got more than the $500. So we have that money that came in plus the $500 from the anonymous donor. Thank you so much. Again, all that money goes towards the musicians and helps.
And that's like $27.50 so far today, plus yesterday.
Oh yeah, yesterday, tripled, or almost, double that.
Almost double that. It's incredible. And again, this all goes to the artists. We know that people are struggling. Their lifeline is out on the road, and you are someone who's been out on the road, and you're missing that, right, Cheryl?
Oh, very much so. It's not really about the money for any of us. It is about the community and playing music and doing what we love to do, because we're so blessed to be able to do that. And then now that's sort of been taken away. And
It's funny that you mentioned community. So we have a founders moment, our final founders moment coming up with Warren and Eleanor Robinson. And they talk so much about community and what that feels like. So it's interesting to hear it from your perspective. It's like you two coming together, and I'm looking forward to it. It's really been nice to hear from them throughout the weekend.
It's been great, and we want to thank also Eve Goldberg for her ukulele lessons. I've been getting some pictures of people with their ukes, so make sure to go out and buy your uke. I am actually going to go down to Jamie's and pick one up, and I'm pretty sure I'll get one with a pickup in it so that I can plug it in for the Runa gigs.
And we're going to be hearing from Runo in just a little bit as well during this next set. And your boy band is coming up again, also known as Reynolds, Robinson, and Lodge, but affectionately known as Cheryl's boy band. And you just seem to kind of find your way into these groups, don't you?
I just kind of sneak in
sneak
and hope
in.
that they don't notice that
So
I'm there.
unobtrusive, so
and then never
unobtrusive.
leave.
Yeah, and that's how you got to Goderich. You came and never left, and we've been thankful ever since that you can't read a map. So happy about that. So we're going to hear again. We're going to listen to our founders, a treat there, Cheryl's boy band, and your other band, the official band of Runa, and then we're going to come back and we have Emery Lester who's going to come live and chat with us.
We're going to talk with Emery, and then guys, keep your shirts on because we've got the Krugers.
Oh, what a great way to finish.
Yeah,
So
Kruger
this
brothers.
is the penultimate moment right now. We're in the penultimate moment. So let's go to our founders right now. We are now overlooking the Maitland River in Goderich, Ontario, the prettiest town in Canada, with again a founders moment with Warren and Eleanor Robinson. And look how absolutely chic they are in their regalia. Wow, guys.
Thanks, Ross.
Impressive.
Well, we always opened the festival in a formal dress.
You did, didn't you? You always have.
Yeah.
So this time is no different with the virtual.
That's right.
You're
we
doing it now.
respect our audience.
Yes.
We love our audience.
And it shows. Now, on that note, Al, many performers, when they come to the festival, say there is no other festival like this because of the experience. What is that secret sauce that makes this a place where, or Warren, you jump into, what is the secret sauce that makes people want to travel to our beautiful Goderich from all over the world?
Can I be syrupy?
Oh, be syrupy.
It's love.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's love. It's love of the music.
Yeah.
It's love of the people. And it's love of community. So Warren, I'm going to let you take over.
Yeah.
When I was artistic director, I always promised performers three things. We would pay you as well as our budget allowed, that we would treat them with honor, and that they'd have world-class sound. And I think those three things make performers very happy. Happy performers lead to happy audiences. We also have an incredible crew of volunteers, and it's a bit like Disneyland. There might, the duck's feet might be padding like crazy, but doesn't show. We've had so many people talk about how smoothly everything runs. And that's because every year we look at the experience, and we've had people, I said, we look at what happened that was good, what happened that was bad, and how we can improve. And I've had many people come and say, well, how can you improve? This is fabulous. And I said, well, if you don't work to get better, you will get worse. So we always work to get better. That's unessential. It's respect for our audience, respect for our performers, respect for our community.
It's palpable,
It's
isn't it? It's palpable, isn't it?
It really is. There's a buzz in the town.
Yes.
Started right at the beginning when we began with the college. So that on that Sunday night, and there's a dance, and everybody's so happy to see each other. It's like the whole family's getting together again, and it becomes a family experience.
And
they bring generations together.
And there have been people who have grown up with this festival, who started out as wee little lads and lassies helping, and now they are performers themselves, or they've gone off to pursue a career in sound for
Right, yeah. That was our scholarship winner last year.
Yes.
Liam Morley.
Yeah.
So, if you think about the performers, and the quality keeps getting better and better, because then in order to help the parents go to the Celtic college, we started the Celtic Kids Camp.
Why wouldn't you?
So they have harp, and they have fiddle, and they have guitar, and they have drumming. And by the time they get to be 13, they start at 4. By the time they get to be 13, they're pretty good. And so, yes, out of this, we have had some people go pro.
Yes.
And then we also have just families who love the music. And I can see, I remember 4 generations that have come.
Wow. Yeah. That's incredible.
One of the best compliments we've ever had was from a mother who told me that she was there with her parents who were in their 70s, she and her husband, and they had 3 children. One was 17, one was 13, and one was 7. And she said, we just realized in an entire year that Celtic Festival is the only thing we can do among all of us that we all equally enjoy, because there's something here for every one of us. And I thought, wow, that's one of the best compliments you could ever ask for.
What a terrific compliment. I know as we've been talking, the sun has come out. There's this beautiful breeze, and I almost feel like my mother is sitting on my shoulder right now, who loved the festival, and she used to come to it, and she is proud of her Celtic heritage, and she would be just gleaming right now at that comment.
Well, the toes would be tapping.
The toes
the
would be
happiness.
tapping.
Yeah, your heart gets full.
It does. It does. Well, our hearts are full as we spend another Founders Moment with the incredible, legendary Warren and Eleanor Robinson.
Rosie, you got to stop that.
This next tune is dedicated to a very talented young Goderich actress by the name of Mary Murdoch, and it's called Mary's Tune.
Hey, everybody. I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank everybody for watching, first and foremost. My name is Cheryl Prashker, and I'm very, 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 very fortunate to get a chance to sit in with Reynolds, Robinson, and Lodge when I get a chance to. But they are known throughout the town as my boy band. Just want you to know. But it's an honor to get to play with you guys, and I'm so glad you were able to do this. And I thank everybody at the station for making it happen, because this is a lot of fun. So thank you guys so much. Thanks everybody for watching, and over to you, John.
Thank you. About 25 years ago, I was at a Peter, Paul, and Mary concert of all places. And they opened their concert with a cover of a Buddy Mondlock song called The Kid, which we have performed in the past, and we're not going to do it now, but it turned me on to Buddy Mondlock as a singer-songwriter, and I started listening to a lot of his stuff, and I came across this tune, or song rather, that I really liked. And then several years later, Buddy Mondlock, along with his buddy Jory Nash, that many of our listeners might be familiar with, were doing a concert up in Bob Cajun, of all places. And I took the afternoon off work on a stormy January afternoon and drove from Toronto to Bob Cajun to hear them. Got there early enough that I was helping them set up and getting organized for the concert. And I asked Buddy if he might be playing this song. And he said, "I haven't played that in years." But he sat down and he played it a little bit with me, and he showed me some tricks in terms of playing it. And it's become one of my favorites, and I think one of the group's favorites. So I hope we can do it justice. In fact, it's called Poetic Justice. So I was not the one you wanted. You can see I am reconciled. Must you be so disappointed? Can you not carry on in style? Is it too much to say we loved hard till the world fell back in place and left us where we are? I feel like the king when the queen loses faith and the crowd rushes in to tear down the gate while the whole palace slept and I never rang the bell. Maybe that's poetic justice, but it's pretty hard to tell. And when the fortune wheel is spinning, luck is fortune's dirty joke, and a player's chance of winning is diminished by his hope. Can't you laugh just to think of the gold we had running through our hands when we were on a roll? I feel like the king when the queen loses faith and the crowd rushes in to tear down the gate and declare what was mine I stole from someone else. Maybe that's poetic justice, but it's pretty hard to tell. It's hard to tell why the solid ground surprised us when we fell. It's hard to say it's life or death, or just so many bitter words beneath our breath. Just to think of the gold we had running through our hands when we were on a roll. I feel like the king when the queen loses faith and the crowd rushes in to tear down the gate while the whole palace slept and I never rang the bell. Maybe that's poetic justice, but it's pretty hard to tell. I feel like the king when the queen loses hope and the crowd rushes in to raise the gallows pole and declare what they must do. I'm doing to myself, well, if that's poetic justice, how can anybody tell? So it's been great fun recording this for the Goderich Celtic Roots Virtual Festival 27.5. I want to thank Cheryl, the artistic director, for including us in this extravaganza, and the people here at the Stage, Faux Media, for their patience in helping us put this together. And it's been great fun. And for this song, this came out of actually a critique of our second CD that we released 3 years ago. Some very good friends of ours, Wayne Smith, Kimberly Payne, who always buy a whole bunch of our CDs, and we really appreciate that. But Wayne mentioned to me after the release of our second CD that it seemed darker than our first. And he was concerned that it was just a little depressing, maybe. I don't know whether that was the word he used, but he said, you need to do some more cheerful stuff. So Mike got hold of that and came up with this tune that in its formative stages we called Wayne's Happy Tune. But we moved away from that, and now we call it Pick Me Up, because there's a lot of picking going on here with an extra banjo added into the mix. So here we go with Pick Me Up.
We're going to sing you a couple songs, and this next one, or the next two songs, we just recorded or filmed some music video footage too. And by just doing that, I mean kind of just before we stopped performing in March. And so we were down in New Orleans. We found ourselves down in New Orleans in kind of early to mid-February. And two of these songs we've been performing for a while. And we just have, this is just a perfect place to film a music video. And so for this next one, this is a good old Hoagie Carmichael song that we hope you enjoy. And be on the lookout for that music video. It'll be coming out over this next while. So here we go. This is Old Buttermilk Sky.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Old buttermilk sky, I'm keeping my eye peeled on you. What's a good word tonight? Are you gonna be mellow tonight? Old buttermilk sky, can't you see my little donkey and me? We're as happy as a Christmas tree, heading for the one I love. I'm gonna pop in a question, that question. Do you, darling, do? It'll be easy, so easy. If I could only bank on you, old buttermilk sky. I'm telling you why now, you know. Keep it in mind tonight. Keep it brushing those clouds from sight. Old buttermilk sky, don't you ever when I need you most? Hang a mood above the hitching post. Hitch me to the one I love. That question, do you, darling, do? It'll be easy, so easy. If I could only bank on you, old buttermilk sky. I'm telling you why now, you know. Keep it in mind tonight. Keep brushing those clouds from sight. Old buttermilk sky, don't you feel when I need you most? Hang a mood above the hitching post. Hitch me to the one I love. Hitch me to the one I love. Hitch me to the one I love.
Thank you. So this next song is, this has been a favorite of ours for quite a while, but we've only just recently started to perform it and record it. This is called The Lakes of Pontchartrain, and it's a lovely traditional song about an Irish gentleman who finds his way down to New Orleans shortly after the Civil War, and he meets and falls smashingly head over heels in love with a Creole girl down on the banks of the lake. And he proposes to her, I think, within kind of the first 24 hours of meeting her. And so clearly she was something to look at, and she was a pretty nice girl because, you know, he's just madly in love with her. But she turns him down, unfortunately, because she's already betrothed to somebody else. She's already promised to somebody else. And so from what we know of him, he raises a glass to her and wishes her well and says, "I'll always think of you fondly," and he kind of goes on his way by the end of the song. And so if you know anything about traditional music, it's a really, really happy ending, folks. So we're gonna savor it, as it were, but nobody dies at the end, so we're doing okay. But one of the things that we particularly love about this this song and this story is that it's a cross-cultural love song, and that's something that we don't get to see a whole lot in traditional music, especially written at that time. And so it's extra special because of that, and especially at this time in our current culture, that's something that that is still we still need to be very mindful of, and so that it celebrates loves crossing all cultures and all kind of all divides, and so we particularly love that song because of it. And this is one that we filmed a music video to, or footage to, down in New Orleans on the banks of Lake Pontchartrain, and we had absolutely glorious days and absolutely stormy days, and so you might see a mixture of both of those in the video, but we had a fantastic time doing it. So be on the lookout for that as well, because that'll be coming out over the next while, so we hope you enjoy it.
'Twas on one bright March morning I bid New Orleans adieu, and I took the road to Jacksontown, my fortune to renew. I cursed all foreign money, no credit could I gain, which filled my heart with longing for the lakes of Pontchartrain. I stepped on board of a railroad car beneath the morning sun, and I rode the road till evening, and I laid me down again. All strangers here, no friends to me, till a dark girl towards me came. Fell in love with a Creole girl from the lakes of Pontchartrain. She took me to her mammy's house, and she treated me quite well. Oh, the head upon her shoulders, in jet black ringlets it fell. To try and paint her beauty, I'm sure it would be in vain. So handsome was my Creole girl from the lakes of Pontchartrain. I asked her if she would marry me, but she said that could never be, for she had got another, and he was far at sea. She swore that she would wait for him, and true she would remain, till he returned for his Creole girl from the lakes of Pontchartrain. So fare thee well, my bonny girl, I'll never see no more, but from the lakes of Pontchartrain. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to try this set where Jake is leading it all the way up from upstate New York. This is Jake James on the fiddle playing a jig and a few reels. And there he is tuning up. Sounds great, Jake. All right, take it away.
Thank you. All right, everybody. Thanks so much to all of our Goderich Runatics for joining us and for making this just a complete summer. We are missing all of you terribly, and we can't wait till we can hug you all in person again. But thank you so much for joining us and for allowing us this opportunity to play for you, with you, and to play with each other, because we desperately miss playing together too. So thanks so very much for all of that. Wonderful, huge thanks to the very one and only Miss Cheryl Prashker. So thanks so much, Cheryl, for all of your incredibly hard work in putting all of this together and making sure that this happens. Thanks so much to the entire Goderich community, to the festival community. Thank you so much to Mark for helping to put all of these together and edit everything. All the volunteers, to Warren and Eleanor for starting this amazingly fabulous festival. And to anybody else working behind the scenes that we may not remember in this very moment. Thank you guys so very much. We just have had a fabulous time putting this all together, and we'll hopefully see you all very soon. To introduce you properly to our band before we go, Miss Cheryl Prashker on percussion. Mr. Caleb Edwards on mandolin and vocals. Mr. Jake James on the fiddle. Yay! Mr. Fernand Barra on guitar and vocals. Yay!
And Miss Shannon Lambert-Ryan on the vocals and Barra on the dance.
Thank you so much, everyone. Come visit us on our website, runamusic.com. Come visit us on all the social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all those good things. And we'll hopefully see you real soon. Have a wonderful rest of the festival and a wonderful, safe summer. We'll see you real soon. Sing along with us. This is the Star of the County Down. Here we go.
Town in the county down one morning in July. Down a pouring green came sweet Colleen, and she smiled as she passed me by. She looked so sweet from her to bare feet, to the sheen of her nut brown hair. Such a coaxing elf, had to shake myself to make sure I was standing there. From Bantry Bay up to Derry Quay, from Galway to Dublin town, no maid I've seen like the sweet Colleen that I've had in the county down. As she onward sped, I shook my head and I gazed with a feeling rare. And he said society to a passerby, who's a maid with a nut brown hair. He smiled to me, and with pride says he, that's the gem of Ireland's crown. Young Rosie McGann from the banks of the Bann, she's the star of the county down. From Bantry Bay up to Derry Quay, from Galway to Dublin town, no maid I've seen like the sweet Colleen that I'm had in the county town. At the crossroads fair, I'll be surely there, and I'll dress in my Sunday clothes, and I'll try sheep's eyes and alluring lies on the heart of the nut brown rose. No pipe will smoke and no horse I'll yoke, though my ploughing and thrust turns brown. Till a smiling bride by my own fireside sits the star of the county down. From
fantastic rest of the summer. Be safe, everyone.
And another big finish from Runa. Everyone put their hands up. I saw that. Everybody, what a way to end. That is so fun.
I bet Liam put his hands up too.
I
Here
bet
you, go,
you there's a little
Liam.
bacon with babies in there somewhere. Somewhere a little souffle is being born, I'm sure. Right? A little Celtic souffle for Cheryl. What fun you've had
And
over
Cheryl's
this
friend.
festival. And Cheryl's friend.
And Cheryl's friend.
And Cheryl's friend. So what a set that was. We had Reynolds, Robinson, and Lodge. That was some beautiful stuff. And that was done right here in the stage. Pre-recorded, but like a live. Isn't it gorgeous, the sound quality here at the stage?
Oh, it was
Just
amazing.
Fun. And another
if I
founder's
need to
moment.
record something, I'm going to come back here.
Yeah. Hey, more donations came in, Cheryl.
More donations came in. You give the old.
Yeah, where are we
More
at?
donations came in, so we're doing well. And
We're doing
so
well.
More money for the musicians, so thank you on behalf of all the musicians. Thank you to everybody who's donated. Thank you to everybody who's been watching. Thank you to everybody who's been shouting out. We've had so many shout outs. I wish if I'd had the chance, I would have given everybody's names out. But Vern and Lenore from Texas, this next little set's for you.
Perfect. And we're in the penultimate set right now. I've always wanted to use that word, and now I get a chance. It's not often that you can pull out your vocabulary like that. But before we go into it, we're going to chat live with Emery Lester, and he's been waiting patiently. And Emery, it is so wonderful to have you join me. This is terrific.
Well, it is my honor to be part of the virtual festival and have it be the Goderich Celtic Roots Festival at that. It's one of my very favorites.
Well, you are an icon in the mandolin world. We know that. But one thing I want to say, you are an honorary Canadian now.
Yes. Well, I've lived here since 2002, and it's a great life here. It's actually only a 9-hour drive to my mother's house in Virginia.
Wow.
So it's not that far, really, but I enjoy living here, yeah.
We, as you know, in Canada, we don't think anything of driving 9 hours to go to cottage country. So you're well suited for this, right?
I sure am,
You sure are. And you're up near Alliston in Everett, is that right?
That is right, uh-huh.
And you've been known to take a little jog down to Goderich just in your spare time and check in on us all?
Well, I remember the first time Warren hired me to come teach at the college. I remember I had a lunch break, and I took a little drive and went by the park restaurant there, where the harbor front is, and down that big hill, and I discovered that beach at Goderich, and what an inspirational, special moment. And I'm often a frequent visitor there, kind of undercover, but I still sing. It's just beautiful.
Well, we've been talking, before we came back on, and Cheryl and I want to have a backyard date with you. So maybe you'll come down to Bayfield and sit in our backyard socially distanced and bring that mandolin of yours. I know you've played with Steve Martin.
Yes, that was a lot of fun and a great experience. Yeah.
Or maybe we should say Steve Martin played with you. I think that's the right way to say it. You know who else is playing with you, which is pretty exciting? Your two sons. That's great.
Yes, we're very excited for these videos here today. Of course, first and foremost, to make them for this event, for the virtual festival, and to have them be about Goderich and the Celtic Roots Festival, which is always a big inspiration. But as well, these are the first two videos I've ever made with my two sons, Justin and Josh, who have grown up to be great men and great musicians. And they not only played these songs with me, but my oldest son, Justin, is the audiovisual person that assembled this project. And his talent is immeasurable. And this is very special for me to present this today and have it be for this festival.
Yeah, we talked a lot about why this time is special, and we've really focused in on that next generation coming up and really saluting them. And it's so lovely to hear that your two sons are part of that. And they're from Belleville right now.
They're living in Belleville, and they just spent the last few years playing with a very popular Canadian country music band called Cold Creek County. And they've gotten national recognition in that band, and now they're playing with me, which I'm extremely thrilled about. And they will be with me next year in 2021 on the stages at Goderich, and we're really looking forward.
And I'm going to book you into my backyard, you and the boys. So that's going to be a big gig, let me tell you now. It's going to crack out Bayfield. So get ready for that one. So tee up this next set for us, Emery, and what we're going to hear. A debut with you and your sons. What do you want to leave people with?
Well, again, my music is, of course, it's mostly instrumental. We, of course, in different configurations we sing and such, but these are kind of reflective tunes, kind of contemplative, and the first one's called "Reminiscing Today," which is a song that I wrote a few years back, and it seemed very appropriate for this event. Of course, I remember having many, many great memories of being at Goderich teaching and playing. All the wonderful people, the sights, the stages, the whole vibe, and everything. And so much so that a couple of weeks ago, I took a drive out there and videoed some of the sights that I thought were neat, such as down at the fort and the stages that we played on. And you'll see that spliced into this first video of Reminiscing Today. So pretty special video.
That's great. Well, everyone, just grab your Celtic fog if you haven't already, and sit down for Emery Lester and Josh and Justin, and a little trip down memory lane. So great to see you, Emery, and stay safe.
Thank you so much. You too.
Emery Lester, everyone.
Hey, so we moved over a few feet from where we were a little earlier, but we are still in Lions Harbor Park, which is where the festival takes place. In fact, we are standing beside the green shed, and we're kind of in the area where where all the food vendors are. But I'm here today with David Rankin. My name is Cheryl Prashker once again, and David Rankin is one of the primo Celtic college teachers. He has taught all kinds of art and henna, and I'm going to let him explain, and dulcimer for those who are into the instrument side of things. But not only has he taught at the college since day one, he also, if I'm not mistaken, has always had a craft booth at the festival. So, David, how did actually you find out about this? How did you end up coming to the very first one?
Word of mouth. So I must have done a festival somewhere where somebody from this festival saw me. And I did my first festival 26 years ago.
Wow.
Which is when the college started and started teaching then.
Right, that's right. The festival happened for about 2 years, and then the college started. Warren and Eleanor Robinson started the festival, and it was their idea as well to have the Celtic College. And so a bunch of wonderful people started teaching there that year, and I have pictures of them all from 1995, I think.
Oh, yeah. 18 of us, I think. Right? All with dyed beards.
Yeah, and all very serious. Very serious.
Yeah.
So what did you teach that year? Do you remember?
Celtic illuminated letter design and Celtic calligraphy.
Oh,
I think that was my courses. Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah, so if you come to the Celtic College, each year we have different teachers, and each year they teach different things. And if they've been here before, sometimes they'll teach something different than the year before. What are some of the other things that you've taught over the years?
I've taught mandala design. I've taught, of course, illuminated letter design. Dulcimer, beginner's mountain dulcimer, dulcimer and song. I haven't taught go-go dancing yet.
Wait.
That'll come.
Actually, I think the first time I met you, you were playing the dulcimer. I had a drum out, and I think we started jamming on, it wasn't Celtic music. Let's see if we can, it was either Led Zeppelin or Black Sabbath. I don't know, it was something.
Psychedelic folk.
That's what it was.
That's right. We had a crowd too.
Yeah, we did. We could have put out a hat. We should have done that, but we didn't. But so you've been teaching every year since.
Yep.
What is it about this place that makes the teachers want to come back?
The sense of family, and everybody has fun, whether it's teacher or student. Everybody has fun. I have fun, and it's the one thing I do every year that I always do. This is the only event that I'm sure I'll be here every year.
That's amazing.
It's like coming home.
Oh, that's it. That's the key. It is like coming home. That's exactly it. I was telling Herb, who owns the park house, I said, you know, even if I would come here as a visitor another time a year, I always came to the park house first because it was like coming home to this whole area. And that's what it is. And now for me, it is home. So there you go.
And me too.
You too.
Yeah.
That's right. You've moved closer. So tell me about having a booth at the festival, for what it's like for the crafters who might want to have a booth here in the future. What's it like? What kind of people come by? Do you sell things? Do you do things with kids? What goes on?
I do it all. So I sell my art, which is paintings and jewelry. And I also, for maybe the last 15 years, have done henna skin staining.
Oh, yes.
Which is a great draw for adults and kids. And it's my social life. I love it, because then I get to talk and have these little 5 or 10 minute conversations with people and meet tons of people. And that's one of the wonderful things I found, that I have established these like relationships that have lasted 20 plus years, and you catch up every year with people.
That's the theme.
How are you?
Yep, that's the theme. No matter who I've spoken to, whether it be in conversation like this or over email, why do you continue to come back? It's because it's family, and this is where we get to see everybody every year, which is why we're doing this virtual festival, is to stay in touch with you guys at home, and that's why I wanted to bring our familiar faces to the camera for you, so you can see everybody still here and waiting for you guys to come back next year. Is there anything you want to tell everybody out in virtual land?
Take care of yourself, wear your mask, have fun, always.
Thank you, David, so much. Appreciate it. David Rankin,
You're
everybody.
welcome. Thank you.
Hey guys, I'm here, Cheryl Prashker again in Lions Harbor Park, and I have managed to grab Liesl Pella, who's been my right-hand man for the last 2 years in the college and festival office. Liesl's a student at Queen's University and also a resident of Goderich, Ontario, I believe, your entire life?
Yep, yeah.
Wow, okay, so, and you have been, not only have you been working for the last 2 years and helping me, you have no idea how much you've been helping me, but now we're doing all kinds of fun stuff, archiving things and putting a new website together, but you've also were here as a student, were you not?
Yes.
At the college.
Yeah, I kind of grew up at the festival, to be
How
honest.
old were you when you started? Do you remember?
That is a very good question. I think my oldest sister, she's about 10 years older than me, she started out volunteering in high school. And so my mom kind of brought me, I was small enough that I don't really remember it. And then when I got a little bit older, I started volunteering in the kids area.
Wow.
I went to the kids camp, I went to the college, yeah.
So what instruments did you play at the?
I played harp. I actually started playing harp because of Celtic Festival. So
that's pretty amazing.
Yeah, so.
So that's actually one thing I wanted to bring up. There's a lot of young people who are sort of dragged here by their parents, but who have since gone on to play music full-time, some of them, for their own pleasure, but we have a couple of young students who've gone on to become professional musicians in the folk world, and it's just amazing to see the generations grow up at the Celtic College and the Celtic Kids Camp, and Liesl is a prime example, and now that she's gone on to university, and what are you studying there?
Art history and languages.
There you go. So art history, which has helped us a lot because we're doing a lot of digging, and we're putting a lot of the archives together so that future generations know what happened and how it all started and who started it and why and all the fun pictures and things like that. But, Liesl is a prime example of second and now also third generations who are still coming to the Celtic Festival each year. So you didn't really grow up listening to Celtic music, but I assume that you fell in love with it.
I did actually kind of grow up listening to folk music. So I grew up really listening to, if you know the folk duo, the Corries.
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
Okay, so I grew up listening to that.
Okay.
And then coming to the festival was really nice because it was, a
Your
continuation.
People, your music,
it was my crowd. Yeah, and it's a very encouraging environment. Like as a young person
Do you feel safe?
Absolutely, yeah. That was one of the really fun things about coming to the festival when I was properly little, right? Because it's kind of fenced, and so your parents would be like, "Okay,
see you later."
Yeah.
See you later.
It was really fun.
Wow.
You would meet kids from other parts of the country or other parts of the world.
Did you make friends?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, make friends. Yeah. And then did you find musicians that you didn't know but found them here and sort of fell in love with them?
Yep. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, I know, and you let me know about it too, because I do ask Liesl, so who should we have here at the festival? And she's got a list.
Prepare a list.
But Liesl, I just want to say in front of everybody who's watching, and this is all over the world, I could not have done this job without you, period. And I appreciate all your help and all that you have brought to the organization, to the office, and to the college especially, because you made it flow so easily last year. I'm bummed that we're not getting everybody here together to hang out with you again this year, because I know you're going to be off doing other things next year. But just wanted to say in front of everybody officially, thank you so much.
Thank you too.
So Emery Lester, what a virtuoso.
Another crush.
A little bit. My crush list has no limits.
I see that now,
Do you
Roz.
see that now?
I see that now,
And I'm
Roz.
saving, of course, the best for last.
I know you
well,
are.
not the best, but just one more. Cheryl, our volunteers are incredible.
Amazing. We couldn't have done it without them. And one of the reasons we wanted to do this virtual event was to, since they didn't have an event to have to come to, is just give them something to watch as a thank you to all the volunteers and the board of directors and everybody involved, and Warren and Eleanor. Just give them back something that they can watch, sit back and watch and enjoy. And yeah.
They must, if they were here right now, it'd be really cool. Yeah, one other thing, those sponsors as well. We've had a tremendous amount of sponsors who, again, supported the festival throughout the years and this year particularly.
There's many, and I'm going to forget some, but they've been scrolling on the feed the whole weekend long. We have, government grants, the Ontario Arts Council, the Town of Goderich, obviously, Canadian Heritage, and Bruce Power, and a whole bunch of wonderful
And they've been scrolling
organizations.
across the screen, which is great. You and I have mastered, along with Faux Pop Media, the power of teleportation. and it's even redressed us, which I think is pretty fabulous. I've got another festival surprise for you, Miss Cheryl.
For me?
Yes.
Yay.
I have a surprise for you.
Yay.
I have managed to transport and teleport our founders from their couch.
Stop.
To our couch.
Oh, this is great.
You are going to flip. Wait till I'll just do like, woo-doo-doo-doo-doo. I just do like a little sound like that. Woo-doo-doo-doo-doo. And you are going to see in a second Eleanor and Warren pop up here in the stage.
Hooray.
Won't that be great? It's, my magic's working right now. I feel it. Where are we going? Oh my God, is it happening? It's
Drum roll.
working. Is it working? Oh, there's Paul the Maker. Wow. Wait, I see a shoulder.
Wait
what?
for it.
What? They only came in from the waist up, which means we left part of them at home, but that's okay.
But there is a kilt.
There's a kilt covering what's
There's a
missing.
kilt. Finally,
That's
there's
right.
a kilt in the house.
Well, look who's in the house. Warren and Eleanor, welcome.
Thank you. You know, honey, you leave the kids alone, and look what they get up to. They throw an international block party.
An international block party.
You guys.
I know, and we're not cleaning up after ourselves.
No, I can tell that. I want to, first of all, give our heartfelt gratitude to all the heroes involved in this. To Cheryl, who had the initial idea, and the Robin to her Batwoman, Liesel. To our board of directors who had the courage to go with the idea when it was pitched to us by Cheryl. To the dynamic duo of Roz and Cheryl, who all weekend long been giving us that intimate live feel, which when we went to market this morning, so many people commented on as if just so wonderful. But also the other heroes, the musicians who took so much time. Some of the videos and the time they took going into them was just incredible. The people who've been hitting the tip jar to thank the musicians, and that I think is very, very important. And of course,
I want to actually thank some community organization which was called Canadian Heritage for putting a very large amount of money in the tip jar to go to the artists. It was wonderful to have that.
yeah, so that goes in addition to what you have given. I also wanted to give a shout out to Mark and his crew here at Faux Pop Media. What a job. I think internationally now, if you need this kind of presentation, you know where to go. Guys, you've just been absolutely amazing.
Very first class.
Very, very first
very
class.
professional, first class. It puts Goderich in a very favorable light.
Yeah. We missed you all in our town. The town's missed you. But through the virtual festival, we've been able to touch each other, and I think that's been
Well, we sat on the
absolutely
couch, actually holding hands.
for much of this. Yes, we're very, very thrilled. And I guess now it's time to introduce our final act, and what a final act it is. A number of years ago at the, I've got one more shout out that I wanted to give, one more specific board member, to John Lodge, who has the unenviable task of setting the receipts for all the donations. And there are lots. He's going to be a very, very busy guy with a sore right hand, I think. Anyway, speaking of John and Ellen and I were at a Folk Alliance International Convention in Nashville about 10 years ago. And there was a tribute there and the band playing behind the person being honored,
Sycon.
who's Sycon, was the Kruger brothers. And we'd never seen them before. We liked what we heard, so they were playing some other sets. Well, we became stalkers. Every place they went that weekend, we were there in the front row. And then I cornered them in the parking lot at the close and said, we really want you to come to Goderich. It took us 2 years to get them here. They've been incredible fan favorites, both as teachers and as performers.
Oh, and after hours at the Park House.
Yes, they are unbelievable musicians, unbelievable human beings, and we are so very, very proud to end our virtual weekend, our final act.
We want to say thank you to everyone who has sent something in, and thank you to everybody on the set. All of you have done a marvelous job.
And now, the Kruger brothers.
You give us a sign.
Hello, everybody.
Here we are.
It's great to be almost back in Goderich.
Almost, yes. Gosh, we've missed being up there with you guys.
Yes, it's been a long time, way
Yeah.
too long.
Mhm.
And we have so many good memories of being in Goderich, playing in the pub at night with the string quartet. Remember that?
Gosh,
Wow.
fish and chips.
Yes,
Oh,
just
boy.
priceless. Anyway,
It was priceless.
we're very glad we're with you, and this is also fun, to play for you in this way. We're in our studio here in North Carolina, and we've been broadcasting shows, and we put a special show for you together here today.
Yeah.
So we're going to start off with a little set of music called, what we call it, the Round and Round set.
Round, yep. It's 'cause we start with that, I guess.
Yes. It's 3 numbers. The first one is actually about a man who passes away and doesn't know it. That's what we wish for everybody. And then we have a little piece called Like a Spark. And
we wrote that for a tour of England.
Yes.
It's sort of like an air.
Yes,
and
and
we thought maybe they like us better.
Yes, didn't work.
No,
but no, and then we have a little piece called When I'm Dead, My Dearest.
Yes, which is a poem of Christina Rossetti that we put to music.
Yes. So here we go with Round and Round.
Why do the lights of the city shine brighter each step he's taken tonight? Reflections of laughter and colors on wet cobblestone. Someone is singing a song with words that won't rhyme, leading him into a world he's been longing to find. And round and round and round, and round and round and round, and round and round and round we go. Nobody noticed him stealing away from a nursing home right after dark. He didn't plan it, it just seemed to happen that way. Now music is playing, his friends all welcome him in. Voices whispering, come let me hold you again. And round and round and round, and round and round and round, and round and round and round we go. come home once a year. A card that she wrote him for Christmas still taped to the wall. She sits down by his bedside, just holding his hand. Turned up the light as she steps out into the hall. And round and round and round, 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 and round and round and round we go. dearest, sing no sad songs for me. Plant no roses at my head, no shady cypress tree. Be the green grass above me, with showers and dewdrops wet. And if you will, sweetheart, remember, and if you will, sweetheart, forget. I shall not see the shadows, I shall not feel the rain, I shall not hear the nightingale sing on as if in pain. And dreaming through the twilight that does not rise nor set, happily I'll remember and happily I'll forget. Dead, my dearest, sing no sad songs for me.
That one especially goes out to Warren,
Yes.
who taught English for so many years to so many students.
Yeah, Warren, Eleanor, our dear friends. Yeah,
Yes,
he once
miss you
gave me a
guys
wonderful
tremendously.
pipe. I still have my grandfather pipe.
Yes,
It's
from Warren.
From Warren,
that's
yeah,
that's
wonderful,
yes.
wonderful, good.
Absolutely.
So, because Goderich being such an amazing Celtic music festival for so many years, we also, we're not really a Celtic band.
No.
But we played quite a few Ireland tours, and we cannot remember anything about them.
Well, I vaguely remember landing there.
But we had a great friend of us. He lived in Bangor, Maine. Not Maine. No, I'm sorry. What am I talking about?
Banagher.
Banagher. Not Bangor. I said Bangor. Banagher.
But on the Shannon.
On the Shannon. Yes, I was trying to do my best.
Near Clonmacnoise and Burr and up there, really in the middle of Ireland, smack dab middle, and it was an old hunting castle from Edward V or something like that they had bought and had a compound there, had beautiful old trees and it was really a magic time. It was a great way to start our Ireland tours back there. But it was like our headquarters in Banagher.
Yep.
And
it was just great times because in Ireland, that was the only audience ever that sang us a song as a thank you.
Right.
In the pub afterwards.
Yeah, that was really great. During the show.
Yeah. But it was wonderful that we were actually able to go to Goderich and become such a part of the festival because we always loved the music, of course. Jens got a lot of the his influences from Celtic music, and we still have those in the music. And but of course, I never really played that on the guitar much. But we were going to do something that Jens wrote a while ago. It's called Colin Banagher. It's like when we call Achim, and this little mixture, a little mashup of things. And,
yes, absolutely.
And Jens, maybe you should give us the tempo because I feel like I'm playing everything too slow today.
Colin Banner.
Yeah. Well, in the middle we had some fun, right? We just played
That
some
was
notes.
fun, yeah.
Some of them
Some
were more
notes,
necessary than others, but
What I always enjoy about Canada is how Canadians are liking to sing. And when you go to, like, we went to the pub and play a tune and we have everybody singing along. And it reminds me a lot of Switzerland, you know, when we grew up, and because that was what we would do over there too, you know. You hear people in Carolina, they do that mostly in church, but I think remember the first time we played in Canada?
Yes.
It was crazy.
Oh boy.
We were hidden.
Yes.
In a little cabin, and we were a surprise for a 50th birthday party, I think. And when we came out, there was 300 people sitting there. And when we started playing our music, they all sang along to all the songs. And
in Camp Wanakita.
Yeah, Camp
Wanakita. Kosh Long Lake.
That's crazy.
Kawartha Lake.
Beautiful.
Yeah, that was beautiful there.
Still very, very close friends to so many Canadian.
This next song, I actually I learned in a hotel room in Canada a few years ago. Let's see if we can still do this.
Well, it's about our life a little bit, because we used to be street musicians in the late 70s. You know, we started off as street musicians, and we played in all the cities in Europe, and we're pretty much homeless, you know. And so this, it speaks to us, this song. It really means a lot to us.
You remember when we played it up in that little theater in Canada?
Where was that, London?
In London?
Was that London, or where was that?
London, Ontario.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's the first time that we ever performed it.
I think so.
Have you seen the old man in the closed down market? I have to start again. Have you seen the old man in the closed down market, picking up the paper and his worn out shoes? In his eyes you see no pride, hanging loosely by his side. Yesterday's paper telling yesterday's news. So how can you tell me that you're lonely, save for you if the sun don't shine? Let me take you by the hand and lead you through the streets of London. I'll show you something that'll make you change your mind. Have you seen the old gal who walks the streets of London? Dirt on her hair and her clothes and rags. She's no time for talking, she just keeps right on walking, carrying her home 2 carrier bags. So how can you tell me that you're lonely, save for you that the sun don't shine? Let me take you by the hand and lead you through the streets of London. I'll show you something that'll make you change your mind. In the all-night cafe at 11:15, that same old man, he's a-sitting on his own. He's looking at the world over the rim of his teacup. Each cup lasts an hour, and then he wanders home alone. old man outside the seaman's mission. When, like the metal ribbons that he wears in a winter city, oh, the rain cries a little pity. One forgotten hero in the world doesn't care. So how can you tell me that you're lonely? Say for you the sun don't shine. Let me take you by the hand and lead you through the streets of London. I'll show you something that'll make you change your mind. I'll show you something that'll make you change your mind. Every performance is a try.
Well,
wonderful. It's live.
You know,
Yeah,
we
it's what
we
it
were
is.
planning on bringing our friend with us this year. We didn't have a chance to introduce you to him yet. He's a wonderful colleague, musician, and great percussionist. It's Jody Call playing percussion and drums with us in the background.
Jody.
We're hoping that if all goes well in everything next year, we'll be able to bring him along with us when we come up to be
Yes,
with you, because that's what we're hoping for.
Yeah, we've been working off and on with Jody for the last years, actually. It's been almost 12 years off and on, and now we just started to really work more with him, and it's it's been so rewarding to play with Jody. He's really become our fourth brother. You know.
And the woman operating our cameras and everything, she's been with us for a year now. That's Jody's wife, Melissa. There's a reason why we don't have her on camera, because she would make us look bad.
Yes, the best looking one in the bunch.
And Peabody, our sound engineer, of course, is doing the sound, and he's doing a great job, I think, on this. We're going to try another one that we haven't done in forever, but since we're playing for a Canadian audience, I guess, mainly, we want to do this thing.
Yes.
Okay, let's see if we can.
1, 2, 3.
Beneath its snowy mantle, cold and clean, the unborn grass lies waiting for its coat to turn to green. The little snowbird sings a song he always sings, and he speaks to me of flowers that will bloom again in spring. When I was young, my heart was young then too. Anything that it would tell me, that's the thing that I would do. Now I feel such emptiness within, for the thing I wanted most in life, the thing that I can't win. So spread your tiny wings and fly away, and take the snow back with you where it came from on that day. The one I love forever is untrue, and if I could, you know that I would fly away with you. The breeze along the river seems to say that she would only break my heart again should I decide to stay. So little snowbird, take me with you when you go to that land of gentle breezes where the rippling waters fall. So spread your tiny wings and fly away, and take the snow back with you where it came from on that day. The one I love forever is untrue, I could, you know that I would fly away with you. And if I could, you know that I would fly away with you. When I was young, my heart.
I
was
love
in
when we play that song in Canada and everyone sings along. That's so
anything
cool.
that it would tell me. That's the thing that I would do. Yes,
exactly.
That's great.
Yeah.
And now I'm getting older, and I'm paying the price for that.
Listen, it's still better than the alternative.
Well, yeah,
absolutely.
We would like to thank our good friends in Goderich, and especially Cheryl, for putting on a great festival. We're awfully sorry that we couldn't be there with you this year, but Lord willing, we'll be with you next year. We've got it penciled in already, so we're hoping that everything is going to be good for it.
Oh yeah.
And of course, Warren and Eleanor and all of our friends, we miss you, we love you.
Yes.
And hope we'll see you soon.
Yeah, we'll play one more before we end this show for you. It's called the Over Mountain Men. It's a tune a little bit about North Carolina. It's a militia troop that fought against the English during the Revolutionary War. They were called the Over Mountain Men. And I wrote an orchestra piece, a string quartet piece, and with Uwe, Joel, and me and percussion, it becomes sort of an orchestra. An unpredictable orchestra. But there's a little piece of the Roan Mountain Suite, which I named the Over Mountain Men. Well, you all take care, and here we go with the Over Mountain Men. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
What an ending.
Wow.
What an ending.
Wow. I'm speechless.
You have never been speechless in my life.
I'm speechless now.
No, what a way
Plus,
to
I'm
finish
gonna cry. I am
with
gonna
the
cry.
Kruger brothers. What a finish, Cheryl.
Fantastic, Roz.
Incredible.
Roz.
So we had the owners here, not the owners, I call them the owners. The owners were here, Cheryl. The founders were here.
You know, there's so many people to thank, and I'm never going to be able to thank all of them because we're already a few hours over, and they're going to just cut the cameras if I keep going. But I do have to take a moment to thank Warren and Eleanor Robinson for everything, but for taking a chance on me in this job, and also to the board of directors for taking this chance on this event. But again, thank you, Warren and Eleanor, because, well, you changed my life. So thank you.
Well, and you've changed a life here. I mean, so we're grateful for you being in Goderich. This festival, who would have thought that this would be happening as of March 15th when all this came down? And we wondered, what do we do?
Not I.
We knew we couldn't do a live festival.
No.
And this is the next best thing. In fact, it might be something going forward.
We do have a little plan.
We're hatching a plan.
We're hatching a plan.
We're hatching a plan, and we'll leak it out. So stay tuned. Now, people can still watch the broadcast.
I was just
going to
say,
follow.
please, people, share the broadcast with everybody. It's going to be up on all kinds of platforms. We'll eventually be up on our YouTube page, up on Facebook, at Faux Pop, and all kinds of places you can share. And we're going to leave the donate button up for just a few days.
Yeah, for our friends. Now, Cheryl, there is a tradition with the Celtic Festival that closes out with a really special sort of, how would you describe it? Almost a liturgy. Magical, yes. And Glenn Carey, one of our board members and just a friend of the festival by many regards, has done this every year with such grace and decorum. And it's fitting, and we can do this in this environment, that Glenn join us and usher out the end of the festival in true tradition. So how about you and I? Just
well, first
depart.
I'll say we will see you in 2021. College starts August 2nd, so buy your ukuleles, get your instruments ready. Festival will start August 6th, 2021. We'll see you back in Goderich then, and we will leave it off to Glenn.
Let's depart.
Thank
Mike's
you, Roz.
off. All right, it's all about Glenn now.
No pressure. No pressure here. Hello, folks. So from the stage to watch parties in Goderich, Canada, Australia, Sweden, all over Europe, wherever you are, thank you, thank you, thank you. This has been an unbelievable virtual event. What a festival we have had. Who knew? Who knew we could do this? So it's again my honor, as Cheryl and Roz said, to take you through our closing of this most unique festival, number 27.5, held in a wildly turbulent time. Of course, this community, Harbor Park itself, and certainly the festival, have experienced wildly turbulent times before. And we have endured them all together. And I believe we will endure this one too, daunting though it may be. It has been and will likely continue to be quite daunting. And this time, together we will need to be if we expect to succeed. But we're pretty good at that, because endurance, although it's a complex thing, a big part of it is that there's a common thread to it every time for us around here anyway. And that is to return to and cherish together our shared traditions and how they weave the fabric and spirit of our lives in this community. That is what allows us and the traditions to endure at the same time. And it certainly includes the traditions of this roots music that we annually celebrate here. Because this festival has always been about embracing and sharing, even expanding those musical traditions, so that together we ensure that they endure. And one of the festival's own traditions is this
closing. The closing is about starting to float the boat toward the next festival together. And that way it will also endure. That is why the last word of each festival closing is the number of the next one. So especially this year, I will give you now our closing piece, this year in its original form, first in Irish, then in English, and then we will bid you adieu, but only until we meet again. The Irish. Go gianam sha'arish, go maidal hilsha, go saab ach go chial. Ag lan avansli aresh quig vur frevoka. Go gianam sha'arish, bi hinta, go my falcha roiv arish sanait shao. Go gianam sha'arish, go de shivslan, go gianam sha'arish. Ashen fil eran oit shao e mark nachrin en Goderich. Until we meet again, may your light shine easily yet bright, showing the path back to your roots. Until we meet again, know that you are always welcome here to celebrate the joys of kinship and the old ways. Until we meet again, may you at once look ahead and remember. Then return to our gathering place, here in the home of our tall friends in Goderich. So that's virtually it for us folks, if I can coin a phrase. So will you agree to please come, hopefully face to face next time, in 1 year's time, to enjoy our little jewel together. We missed you this year, but we're glad you turned up in such numbers and supported this event. So for the festival, Slán Lat, Slán Iwalya, Agus Filarish Quig Dogukus. Good night, safe home, and return to your roots in 1 year for number 29.